p.m. on June 10th, 2025. We are on the air, and this session of the Town Board of Estes Park is underway. We will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Anyone who wants to stand and join us may. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll get right to the agenda approval. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda, trustees? Seeing none, I'll take a motion.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Trustee Hazelton moved to approve the agenda as written. Mayor Pro Tem Sanak seconded. We can take a vote. The agenda is approved as written. Public comment. This order of business is for public comment for items not on the agenda. But any quasi-judicial items should be reserved for the appropriate public hearing. Does any member of the public request to speak on a non-agenda item? I see no movement. We will move forward. Town board comments, liaison reports, Trustee Eigel.
I have no report, Mayor.
Thank you. Trustee Lancaster.
I have no report, Mayor.
Thank you. Tim Sinek.
I have a report. So I did attend my first visit Estes Park meeting since being reassigned. I was on a trip at the time because I didn't get assigned until 2 days before the meeting. So I was in the road, so I was kind of going in and out of service. So I cannot do it justice. So I'll let Kirby give that report because I was every other word kind of going, what kind of thing. So, but meetings coming up, I will be there in spirit and in body. So the other thing I have is rooftop rodeo. The dates of the rooftop rodeo are July 5th to July 10th, 7 p.m. nightly. The parade is Monday, July 7th at 10 a.m. It's a lot of fun, so come out to the parade if you haven't. Rooftop royalty competition is June 28th through 29th. Those ladies and young gentlemen for wranglers are practicing a lot, so that's an interesting thing to go watch. But in general, people just find out the results. So the dates, just to give you an overview, there is a schedule on the website, so I'm not going to go over it in detail. But Saturday is going to be Fiesta Night. They have live music, which is July 5th. The Sunday is Military Appreciation Night. Monday is Paint Estes Park Pink. That's for the hospital to raise money, and they usually do a lot of that campaigning rather soon if you haven't seen it. The Tuesday will be Family Night, so there's discount for kids. Wednesday is First Responders Night, so there's a discount for first responders. And then Thursday is Locals Night, so there's discount for locals. Kind of a theme there. So 25% off discount for locals on that Thursday night, so it's kind of a fun time to go. It's also the final night for the rodeo for us. Behind the Chutes tours are 5 p.m. nightly. If you haven't been to one of those, it's a little extra money for tickets, but they're really interesting. You learn a lot of things that you don't learn just going to the rodeo, and you go around behind the chutes, obviously, and then the people talk about what they do and a few of the events, and it's just a really interesting fact learning if you haven't done it. So I would advise you to do it if you can. And all those tickets can be online at www.rooftoprodeo.com. I'm pretty sure that's it. Anyway, come out to the rodeo. It's a great time. And so anybody who wants to volunteer, please get in touch with me. We're always looking for volunteers. And other than that, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Youngland.
I have nothing tonight, Miriam.
Thank you, Trustee Hazelton.
I thought I was going to be the only one that didn't have much to report tonight, but I will say I'm volunteering at the rodeo on Saturday night, so come see me. I'll pour you a beer. I'll be bartending. But I did give a Visit Estes Park update at the last meeting, talking about how we reappointed Mike Zumba as the interim CEO. A few other great reports in terms of what's happening with summer business and what our tourism community is seeing in terms of bookings and that kind of thing. Happy to answer questions if folks have those, please reach out. But our next meeting is on June 26th, And I have requested that we discuss the next CEO search process. We are still in the process of looking for a permanent CEO, and I've also requested that the board discuss an update about the personnel investigation that's currently underway. So if folks have feelings about any of those or input, please share that with Marie or myself. And that meeting again is on Thursday, June 26th, which is also the date of my next restorative justice board meeting. So I'll look forward to reporting back after those. And that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
I have one thing to highlight from the EDWC, the Economic Development Workforce Council. On June 16th, they're having a welcome event for the summer employees who are coming here, the J1s and the others. It's going to be at the Hondius Room at the library. And the goal of it is to educate new community members on essential topics. They'll include presentations on a range of topics, including accessing the park, understanding the visitor center, a 101 from Visit Estes Park, parking basics, wildlife safety, and healthcare options. So everyone's welcome to come. It's going to, as I say, Hondius Room, Monday, June 16th, 1 to 3 p.m. Bring your new employees too. They're the ones that'll benefit the most from it. So anyway, the only other thing is I've been slogging through the development code since we're in the process of dealing with it. I'd never read the whole thing. I still haven't read the whole thing. It's long. It keeps going on. It's like, only lawyers can call a 100-page document a brief, right? So it's similar to that. Anyway, I'm getting educated. It's very interesting. A lot of interesting things and a lot of kind of vague areas in it. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to have all 7 trustees here tonight. That's a wonderful thing. Always best. Thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Sinak for being my safety net. I was traveling back today and had some delays and managed to make it. So here we are. But thanks for covering for me. If I needed coverage, I had a mayor coffee last week, I think it was, if I'm not losing my sense of time, and well attended, a lot of different topics. Some of them show up in other forums, my answers, research. Some people I contact individually and close those loops. Some of them show up in my little columns in the paper. So a lot of good stuff from a lot of good folks. Those are getting to be a popular item. The word has gotten out that I not only bring coffee, but I bring bagels. So, there you go. We've got a couple of topics that have brought in a lot of public comment. So we do have I think we'll have a lot of discussion on a couple of the topics here tonight. As usual, we will approach them with great civility and respect for all involved, and I'll make sure we stay within those guardrails. Finally, I know, and it's been expressed to me from a couple of our folks in town, June 14th, there is a lot of activity happening around the country, and I do expect that there will be demonstration or protest at Bond Park, at least. Number one, I have great faith that those individuals, like they've shown in recent protests, that it will be peace and harmony and just getting messages across. That's what I expect. That's what I ask for from everybody who participates. I also have great, great faith in the awareness of our and the compassion of our local police department. I think we're in good shape going into what promises to be an eventful weekend for America, and I think Estes Park will be a good model of how to do something like that. So let's stay within those guardrails too. That's all I have to say. Town Administrator Mahalik.
Thanks, Mayor. One item this evening. Every year, the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police recognizes individuals for outstanding conduct during their annual conference. One of their award categories is for the Professional Staff Member of the Year. This award is given for exceptional achievement by a professional staff member in any police endeavor or specialty that serves to enhance the professionalism, efficiency, reputation, and overall effectiveness of that agency. Chief Stewart and I are thrilled to inform you all and the public that our very own Penny Barnes in the police department was honored with this award last Tuesday evening at the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police Awards ceremony. We ask that you join us in congratulating Penny on this well-deserved recognition. We're very lucky to have Penny, and that's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's get to the consent agenda. I will read it in full. It's a little bit shorter than the last couple times, so I won't wear myself out getting through it. Item 1, bills. The website link is listed there on the town board meeting agenda. Item 2, town board meeting minutes and study session minutes dated May 27th, 2025. Item 3, Transportation Advisory Board minutes dated April 16th, 2025, acknowledgement only. Item 4, Resolution 5925, Grant Agreement and Amendment Number 1 with the Colorado Association of Transit Agencies for 2025 Ozone Season Transit Grant Program Funds. Item 5, Revised Policy 306, Leave. And item 6, the final item, 2025 Art in Public Places, AIPP, artwork donation from Sister Cities for a peace pole and interpretive sign. Does any member of the public request to have an item removed from the consent agenda? And I see none. That includes the trustees, and I see none. I'll take a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda the way it's been presented.
I second.
Trustee Eigel made the motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Trustee Brown seconded. We can go to a vote. Consent agenda approved unanimously. We'll move forward with reports and discussion items outside entities. Item 1 is a workforce housing development at the fish hatchery property. This is just a report and discussion item as I understand it. There's no action associated with it tonight. And we have Housing Authority Executive Director Moulton and also Real Estate Development Director Levine to present.
Sorry, I have to adjust
Welcome.
this for my short stature here. Good evening, Mayor and trustees. I'm really excited to be here this evening. By way of reminder, my name is Scott Moulton. I serve as the Executive Director of the Estes Park Housing Authority. We're here tonight to give you an update on the significant body of work that's gone into planning and conceptualization of a workforce housing development at the fish hatchery site. Luckily, you don't have to hear me talk much this evening. I get to turn it over to Pete Levine, again, Director of Real Estate Development for Estes Park Housing Authority, and Ronnie Pelusio of Pelona Architects and Urbanists. I do want to take a moment, though, to highlight the unique position that we're in discussing fish hatchery this evening. This board is technically the owner of the land. You asked us to develop the land that you own in a manner that best fits the needs in our community. And that's what we've been working on for basically the past year or so. And I don't know if Attorney Kramer wants to speak on the unique nature and where we sit, having not yet filed a development application.
Sure thing. So Mayor and Board, as with a number of other, presentations that have come before you recently, this one may eventually morph into a development application that would be quasi-judicial in nature. We're not there yet. There's no development application that's been submitted. The town is hearing from the Housing Authority tonight in its capacity as landowner, the town being the landowner of the property, to make sure that our developer, the housing authority, is proceeding in a way that we as landowners think is appropriate. So that's really the feedback that the housing authority is looking for tonight. This is not making any sort of judgment on what might happen with the development application at a later date. The town board reserves any sort of decision-making on that for that time.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to step aside and turn it over to Mr. Levine. Thank you.
Thank you for
Welcome.
the introduction, Scott.
Yeah.
It's nice to see all the trustees again, and Mr. Brown, we'll see you tomorrow morning as well for our board meeting. So here on the first slide here, just going over the partners that we have, the key partners on this development. We have us as the Estes Park Housing Authority, the town of Estes Park. You have Polona Architects with Ronnie here, he's our land planner. SCJ Studio is our landscape architect. Marson Engineering is our civil engineer. And Delich and Associates is our traffic and transportation engineer. You'll see in a slide later, we have many more third-party partners on this, but here are just a few to highlight. So to talk a little bit more about recent history, just remind everybody, in 2016, the Estes Park Housing Needs Assessment was completed, and then in 2021, the town entered into exclusive negotiations with America West to develop the property. The site was rezoned in 2022, but an agreement between America West and the town was never reached. So in late 2023, the town partnered with EPHA to develop the property. And I'm going to go through these next slides relatively quickly because there is a lot to go through, and I want to make sure we can spend some time on the site plan itself. So this plan here was the concept plan from America West. This was not our plan. The feedback that was provided by the community really indicated the plan was very dense and not generally well liked. So we took this feedback as a foundational tool for our initial draft design, as well as help guide our selection of planning team. So we selected our planning team just about 1 year ago. We've had neighborhood outreach and community outreach has really been at the forefront of these discussions. So this shows a bit of a timeline of what we have accomplished since we've been engaged as the housing authority. We kicked off with a neighborhood outreach meeting, which was closely followed by a community survey. Next, we held an evacuation strategy meeting with the public that included representatives from fire, police, and the National Park Service. None of these meetings were required by code. However, we thought that these steps were in the best interest of the town, the neighborhood, and the project as a whole. So in late March, we held our official neighborhood meeting, which is labeled neighborhood meeting number 1 on this slide here. This was the code required neighborhood meeting. And so here we are now updating to the town board prior to our first submission to community development, which we're targeting for sometime next month. So the next few slides are going to touch on the community survey. These slides are included in the packet, so I'm just going to touch on the results at a high level. First slide shows the demographics, which captured a wide range of groups in here, predominantly homeowners. Predominantly homeowners, people who live within 2 to 5 miles of the site, and also people a bit higher income earners. We asked respondents to provide input on architectural design. Found it a bit interesting that the visuals with the highest selection percentage don't necessarily match the terminology with the highest selection. We've asked respondents what amenities they would like to see. You can see here some of the key ones: garage, carports and sheds, walking and biking trails, shared outdoor yards, natural play amenities, private yards, shared barbecue and picnic areas, to name a few. So our overall survey conclusions here, the last 2 slides are going to dive into that. There's a strong preference towards historical preservation and a multimodal trail system adjacent to the river, and wildlife habitat and migratory paths, just to name a few. And this looks at it in a little more detail. So priority for walking and biking connectivity, something that'll preserve and celebrate the history of the site, maintaining natural buffers and wildlife corridors, incorporating mountain modern architecture, and balancing private and shared open spaces. And lastly, addressing traffic and emergency preparedness. So overall, there was consistent feedback and themes across the conversations with neighbors. We saw reoccurring themes of the community feedback from the 2022 plan, topics raised at the neighborhood outreach meeting, information gathered in the community survey conclusions, as well as feedback from the official neighborhood meeting. While we gathered neighborhood and community feedback, we've also been very busy understanding the site. What are the natural restraints that we have to design around? What are the natural benefits of the site? It's included a large number of third-party consultants across a wide number of tacks. Traffic, which includes a third-party engineer, Delich and Associates. This also included conversations with the town of Estes Park, conversations with CDOT, conversations regarding the Fall River mixed-use trail, and then conversations with public transportation, including both the town bus and the school district. National Park has also been involved in a number of those conversations. And really, that's just looking at the traffic side. So there's hazard associated with living in Estes Park, as everybody knows. This includes fire, flooding, geology, and evacuation. We have a consultant who's working on a wildland urban interface management plan to ensure that we build and design the site in a fire-resistant manner, and one that analyzes the risk associated with this exact location in the valley. We've had water systems engineering to confirm that the water take capacity at the McGregor tank and the water pressure flow for both domestic and fire use meet the required standards. There are nature and wildlife items that need to be considered, which included a wildlife report, wetland delineation, and compliance with dark sky requirements. We have cultural and building history to take into account. We've had conversations with the State Historic Preservation Office, and we're also currently underway with a Class 3 Cultural, Archaeological, and Architectural Research Survey. We have the public engagement that we've outlined previously. Really, this slide doesn't even hit on all the third parties that we've engaged in this process. You really spend the entire town board meeting just on this slide alone. But we need to move on to the site plan itself. So now is a good time to cut bait on this one and start talking about the site. So the diagram here shows the subject parcel. The overall parcel itself is 75 acres. However, the land that the Housing Authority has been hired to develop is just the smaller portion of the land north of the river. It accounts for just over 20 acres, coming in at approximately 22 acres. So this is out the Fall River corridor, just a little bit southeast of where the existing Fall River Visitor Center is. So this land was rezoned to RM by the town in previous years. And at this point, it's a good opportunity to hand over to our land planner, Ronnie, who can go a little more detail.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and trustees. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Ronnie Pelucio. I'm an owner of Pelona Architects and Urbanists. We're land planners and architects based out of Boulder. And it's an honor to work in your community. You've got a great team here, and I think we've got a good project to share with you. There are many slides to show, and in fact, we've narrowed down our information to just the slides we're going to show tonight. I'm going to speed through most of them and focus on 2 slides. So forgive me for going quickly. And Trustee Brown, we have about as much information as your municipal code to share with you at some point, but I'm going to fire through this. And I just wanted to check and see if I put the cursor over the image. Can you see it? No, you can't. Okay. So the site has significant topography, and this is a heat map identifying the steepest slopes in red and then the flattest areas in green. And so you can see that there's significant topography on the site and key areas that have, oh, okay, excellent. And so if I point it up there, I guess you'd have to turn around. Well, it's okay. If I do, I'll let you know. So there are key areas that are flat, and this is very important when designing the site and selecting buildings. I'll get back to that and talk a little more about that later. You know, the project area, as Pete had described, is a smaller area within the overall site, as highlighted in red here. And then there are plenty of amenities around the site as identified in this picture. Some of them are natural and some of them are structures. We're trying to address those area amenities and provide connectivity and also respect natural environment by leaving it untouched in certain areas. And I can speak more to that if you'd like as well. And the slideshow won't advance, so maybe one of you guys, no, I'm assuming it's the right arrow. How did you do that?
Now we're good. Magic.
Is it right arrow? The right arrow is working now. Okay, so this was the slide. And so this image talks a little bit about existing buildings. And you can see some of the images show buildings on the left predominantly highlighted in green and some highlighted in red on the right. There is a historic district on the site, which is at the west side of the site, which hosts some familiar buildings to you, including the museum, which will remain untouched and stay on the site. In fact, we try to address our land plan to make them highlighted areas that are civic uses for the general community as well as the residents. The other buildings on the site are being analyzed, but the current plan predominantly suggests that they be demolished. And upon review with other city members, we've determined that those buildings may have reached the end of their meaningful life. We are looking at keeping one of the buildings, that's the building highlighted as letter E, and hopefully repurposing that as a building that can service the housing authority for a leasing center. And so we're investigating what we can save outside of the historic district. A key topic for this project includes transportation and connections. And as you know, we have hired a transportation engineer to determine how the traffic volumes currently work for adjacencies and intersections, and how adding greater population of people to this area might affect it for both navigability as well as for all of the emergency services. And so we're putting a great deal of effort into those evaluations. And so the transportation analysis not only includes vehicular movement, but also pedestrian connectivity and multimodal connectivity, as there is a multimodal path that currently runs through the site as highlighted in green, which we intend to keep and extend and hopefully provide additional connectivity to the Fall River Visitor Center, which has some great amenities for the area residents as well as the future residents of this site. Intersection connections at the highway are deeply debated, and we have been in great discussion with CDOT on what improvements are required, and we are pursuing making improvements as required with transportation engineer consultant advice at intersection 2 at the east intersection, as the majority of traffic will likely come in and out of the neighborhood at that location. So this is one of the images I'd like to spend a little more time on. It is the 2022 plan. This is not our design. So this is the previous plan efforts. There are roughly 190 units that were part of that previous proposal. You'll see that our current proposal is roughly 100. That's still in flux, as the land plan is something that we're working on. But I wanted to point out some of the key differences. So looking at this land plan, all of the buildings are the same, and they are double-loaded corridor apartment buildings. And so the housing type was a monoculture of product, meaning that the demographic of people would likely be a monoculture of people. So it was missing the opportunity for diversity of potential residents, both as users, renters, and homeowners. They're more or less living in the same building product and similar type of unit square footage. Another issue with this plan is the open spaces that are in between these buildings are kind of residual open spaces, predominantly spaces between parking lots and buildings. So the usability of those outdoor spaces, we thought, could be improved. And the predominance of parking, because of the organization of this land plan, makes most of the outdoor space parking lots. You saw the topographic heat map, and we strongly felt that this site plan wasn't addressing the topographic conditions of the site. and thought that they would be up against some really large obstacles if they were to have pursued this, as they would have found it challenging to get big buildings on steep sites. Smaller buildings on steep sites are more affordable, and then they also cause less impact to the natural environment, less cut and fill, in short. I would also like to point out that this building product, as I described as a double loaded corridor, a lot like a hotel where you come in, you go in a corridor and access your units off of a central corridor, often creates a disassociation between community members because they're coming and going from an interior hallway as opposed to using outdoor space. And so the community connectivity that often comes with, I'll just say, traditional neighborhood plans, we also felt was lacking in this plan. And so I wanted to share with you our first draft, which is on the screen now, of our proposed land plan. There's a second draft that I really want to spend the majority of the second body of our time on. But I want to explain a little bit of the differences, and I'll highlight some of the key features in this when I get to the second plan. But you can see that we had a road infrastructure that used the existing fish hatchery road, and I feel like I should point to this on the screen here. So this road here, Fish Hatchery, is aligned with the current paved road that's out at the site. Through a process of investigating historic survey and getting public feedback, we discovered a couple of things. First of all, the survey information indicated that there was an unknown swath of land on the property that's actually owned by the National Park Service. And it's effectively the dimension of a 60-foot right-of-way. And we've been in discussion with the National Park Service on how to use that land. It is federal land. And so we believe that through a collaborative talk with them that we could repurpose that and use that as road, but we can't put buildings on it. That being said, we relocated Fish Hatchery Road to align with that. So our current plan intends to adjust and have Fish Hatchery Road on that swath of land that is the National Park Service. And I'm sure you've been out to the site. If you've driven down the gravel road that's adjacent to the multi-use path, that more or less aligns with this land area. So what's in yellow here is that area that is the gravel road. I also want to point out that public feedback really indicated extreme interest in preservation of the natural habitat most close to Fall River. And if you look at this plan, the area that is south of Fish Hatchery Road, with the exception of the far western side, does not have buildings. So I'm just going to flip back to the previous plan. You can see that we had buildings in certain locations that we thought at the time of draft one were respectful of the habitat, but then with public feedback, with them specifically identifying areas that were heavily vegetated, and in some cases people actually sent us letters and circled maps, we responded to that in what we think are meaningful ways. And so I'd really like to tell you a little bit about the details of this plan now. So with the adjusted Fish Hatchery Road and the conservation of the land south of Fish Hatchery, what you see here is a network of streets and alleys and many colors in different size buildings. If you look at the legend in the left, you'll see that the total number of units in this plan is around 100. The previous plan was 190. These buildings are smaller in nature. There's a diversity of housing type as indicated in the legend as well as in the site plan itself, which offers greater opportunity for a diverse group of users. There, we're hoping and intending to have ownership and rental opportunities on the site, as well as market rate and deed restricted. There will be different homes of different sizes, different homes of different types. So you could have a single family home, you could have a home in a duplex, you could have a home in a townhouse, and there are multiple types of townhouses, I might add, and you could also have a home in an apartment. So many people with different backgrounds, different income levels, different family structures, and housing needs can live in the same neighborhood. Having a neighborhood with a diverse group of users provides greater opportunity for connections with different people in your community, and it actually creates a stronger neighborhood. So we've worked on neighborhood plans like this across the state and the nation, and the most successful ones, have a diversity of users and different people with needs and desires. You'll see that the homes are predominantly alley loaded, and so this is based on traditional neighborhood plans. And I'm sure you're familiar with that to some degree in your community, but every historic neighborhood across the nation, the most well-loved historic communities are based on these principles, where you de-emphasize the vehicle and prioritize the pedestrian. To do that, one mechanism is to put the car at the back in an alley, and then to put a porch with a front door at the front where somebody can have a semi-public, semi-private space between their front door to the public sidewalk. This is a neighborhood of sidewalks, and so we are hoping and intending and encouraging for people to walk through the neighborhood and to access the area amenities, including the open space. The plan, just to go back to the diversity of product, is colorful, not just to look cool, but those colors represent building types. And the closer the color is to red, the denser it is. The closer the color is to yellow, the less dense it is. So similar to the other version of a heat map that was the topographic heat map, there's a housing type heat map that's shown here just through the colors, representing that the greatest density is in the center of the neighborhood, and then the lowest density is at the eastern edge and southeastern edge of the neighborhood, with an attempt to address neighboring conditions that are less dense. The homes in the middle of the neighborhood that have the greatest density, that are those apartment products, are apartments, but they're way better apartments than those corridor apartments. They're called walk-up apartments. And so they're 4 units. Well, this is a little complicated. Those are 8-packs. Sometimes people call them 4-packs. But the idea there is 2 units on the ground that have doors outside with porches, a stairwell in the middle, so you can go up a set of stairs, and 2 units above. And so it's a walk-up apartment. It's not a corridor apartment. And the units upstairs also have opportunity for outdoor space in the form of porches. They also have a proper front and a proper rear, a lot like what you would imagine a single-family home to behave like. So they behave a lot like the traditional neighborhood plans. They're a version of apartment that can be built in an affordable way. They're also built, I might add, in the flattest area of the site intentionally, because big buildings require flat land. We believe, will blend in with the lower density product in the site in the fact that they're 2-story buildings. So there's a diversity of product. They are alley loaded. We intend to have a walkable community. I'll flip to the next slide here. The buildings might look like this. Many of the selections in the survey are versions of what you're seeing here. And I will just say they're traditional in the sense that they have pitched roofs. And so all of the visual survey results that came back did show pitched roofs. Many of these images here are in fact affordable housing projects that we've worked on, so it can be done. This isn't like a far reach of a market rate product. These are buildings that can be built at affordable prices. The other aspects of existing conditions have to do with the floodplains and wetlands. So we did have a floodplain delineation out on the site and analyzed where floodplains exist. Some of those relate to the river itself, and other floodplain areas relate to the former fish hatchery site. And so our intention is to make sure that they remain intact and are healthy, vibrant ecosystems. That's the reason why we preserve them. So setbacks of buildings and roads to them are important, and we're in discussion with how to make sure that we're not causing harm to the existing ecosystems. The open space and connectivity provides pedestrian circulation through the neighborhood. In some cases, homes face onto open spaces instead of roads, and so I'm going to point on the screen here at a couple of those locations. In this case, this is a series of single-family homes that face onto an outdoor space that is a green court. They're alley-loaded homes on either side of this, but that outdoor space is a meaningful community space that can be improved and used by the residents. It provides a version of affordability in that these homes don't need the large lots that often come with single-family housing, as the majority of the outdoor space is put in the public realm instead of privatized. There are many locations that it occurs, so every time you see that color green, that's what that means. There are also desires for us to create casual and lesser impact connectivity down by the river's edge, and that will likely, be a conversation that we continue to have, but we're having that conversation with our ecologist on how to provide pedestrian trails down there that are low impact and still allow the native habitat to remain vibrant. And then the product in the middle of the neighborhood, again, faces onto a common outdoor space. It is the largest of the outdoor spaces in the neighborhood, as the residents of apartments have the least amount of private outdoor space. We put the largest common outdoor space in front of them. And so I think I'm actually going over my time, so I'm just going to flip through these. These are exhibits of different green spaces. We're working on this with our landscape architect. These are exhibits of what outdoor spaces might look like. In the upper right, there's a green court plan showing how the space between buildings is important, and that alley loading those buildings allows for buildings to front onto the public realm. In addition to the diversity of housing, a diversity of streets is valuable. And so these street sizes are scaled to the amenities that are next to them, and where needed, as you can see in the lower right, certain alleys are wider for fire access. So we're having conversation with your emergency service providers. We intend to have sidewalks with detached sidewalks with tree lawns and on-street parking where we can. Again, there are many great reasons for that help protect the pedestrian and prioritize them. We're working with our civil engineer, and they have the hardest job, I think. I'm glad that I'm not a civil engineer. We only gave them one slide because it's the boringest part, and didn't invite them. So basically, we are working hard to provide utilities to the site and making sure that we're looking at the feasibility as well as the cost of that. And this is just a slide showing a variety of water, sewer, gas, electric services to the property. And then back to the site plan, it kind of all comes together. I'm sure if you have questions, we can come back to this, but Pete has a couple of more images to follow up with. Thank you.
I have a quick question that might be for you, and it may not even matter. When you talk about the flood zone, the one that talked about flood back, and it may be a question that's totally irrelevant, but is this based on the current flood maps?
Yes.
The new flood maps, or are they going to be the same out there? I don't know.
Well, it's current flood maps, and you're also seeing wetland delineation. So we hired somebody to go out there and analyze the ecosystem in floodplain, or I'm sorry, wetland areas. And it's all flagged out there. In fact, you can go out there and see some of that still available. And so some of the line work that you're seeing on this is wetlands, and some of it is floodplains based off of your current floodplain data.
Okay, and do you know, and this might not be a question for you, maybe for you, maybe for Jennifer out there is here. Do the new maps change out there that very much? The new flood, or is it just downtown? Okay. And I may be totally off asking this question, I'm just trying to.
No, it's an appropriate question, and I'm pretty familiar with the map. There is a small change in the yet-to-be-adopted 21 plan in the southeast corner, but it doesn't come close to touching where we're planning to develop. So while this is based on the current enacted floodplain, the new revision doesn't change what we're doing here,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
It does,
Yep.
totally, thank you.
Great. So we just have 3 slides left to finish it. So now's the first time all presentation that we're actually going to talk in numbers. So we'll take a look at targeted rental rates using the 9% LIHTC program and how that compares to market rates in Estes Park, and also the targeted AMI levels for sale. However, before we do that, I do want to comment on the feasibility. So our first 2 designs have been extremely heavy on taking community and neighborhood feedback and making changes that the design team feels will fit well for this special location of the site. However, oftentimes these adjustments are detrimental to the financial feasibility of the project. Currently, we're fine-tuning items for the site like grading, retaining walls, building types, and we've just finalized the water pressure capacity analysis. So we're in the process right now of getting initial numbers from these contractors. As these numbers comes in, it might force the pendulum to swing a little bit in the other direction. It might not, but odds are it probably will. The site isn't very dense. At 103 units across about 22 acres, that's only 4.7 units an acre. That's a difficult density to accomplish affordability or attainability. So we have the relocation of Fish Hatchery Road to the National Park land, the extension of the water line from McGregor Tank, accompanied by the resulting water loop, the offsite improvements on Fish Hatchery and US 34 are all big ticket items. So as these estimate comes in, we'll look to refine the project to make sure we're striking a balance between a design that's well suited for this special site, while also balancing the needs of the neighborhood, fits of the community and future residents, and make sure that it's financially feasible as well. So for this slide here, for this one here, focus on the right side of the slide. So what we're looking at here are, sorry, let me find my speaking spot. So on the right side here, what we're looking at is, on the left side for the 9% tax credits, we're looking at back at 2024, what the state of Colorado awarded 9% LIHTC tax credit projects. And so based on the projects that were awarded, they tended to be on average 47 units in size and 49% AMI average. The table on the right side shows what the rents at different AMI levels are based on the 2024 AMI levels of Larimer County. And so since the average is 49%, let's look at 50% just for conversation's sake. And I'll note that our project will have varying levels of affordability, hitting that 30% and potentially as high as 60%, but it'll be blended right around that 50% area. So at 50%, a 1-bedroom household or 1-bedroom apartment would rent for $1,114, and a 2-bedroom apartment would rent for $1,337. You can see next to it the associated income levels that is, both from an annual basis and an hourly basis for a 1-person and 2-person household. So the big question is, how does that actually compare to market rate rents? And so I took a snapshot when we prepared this slide for the neighborhood meeting in March of what the prospector rental rates were. They have come down about $200 since this slide was prepared in March. But you can see here the comparison for a 1-bedroom for prospector apartments at that point in time was $1,975 compared to rents that we would try to charge at $1,114. And the same story goes both for the 2-bedrooms and 3-bedroom units, where we would charge a price that would be substantially lower than what market rate is currently. And so then how does this actually impact the workforce and the people that we're trying to help here? Well, in addition to allowing them to live in the valley here and have more attainable and more housing options, you can really see the impact on the bottom line. So just looking at 2-bedrooms, for example, the monthly savings compared to what was rented in March compared to what a 50% AMI level would be in this most recent 2024 program would be $906 per month. Multiply that by 12, that's a savings of almost $11,000. And then if you look at what this individual or what this 2-person household would be making at that 2-person household 50% level, that comes about $40,000 after tax take-home income. So long story short, the impact that we're trying to make is compared to what these workforce members can rent for the market rate, we would be able to provide them with a much more attainable option, which puts a lot of money back in their pocket. You know, we're looking at 25 to 30% of their after-tax take-home income that they actually have to spend, and now becomes, you know, income for necessities and maybe potentially some disposable income. You know, I think just for any one of us knowing that, hey, if we can take back 25, 30% of our take home income, that's going to make a significant impact on our bottom line. And I would imagine most people in this room here are going to be making more than that $50,000 threshold that we're looking at that 2-person household. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, that part is emphasized, because we talk a lot about what rental rates are and what the impact is. And I think this bottom table in particular shows a big impact on how this benefits the residents, in addition to just having a close proximity of where they're trying to live and work. And lastly here, this is just a slide that shows in 2024 those area median income and rent limits for Larimer County. So as a reminder, these are always updated on an annual basis. So these rental numbers that I said in this presentation, it's going to change next year, it's going to change the following year, but in general, that 50% threshold is what we're going to be targeting based on projects that were awarded in Colorado using those 9% low-income housing tax credit tools.
Thanks. Good information, important information. Thanks for being expeditious with it. With respect to the agenda that we have tonight and the fact that we're not taking any actions tonight, do any trustees have any quick questions?
I have a lot of questions, but I understand the where we're at in the process. I do want to call out a comment that you made about most of the people in this room are probably not at 50%, and you can't see the crowd, but many people in this crowd looked at each other like, this is an important part of this project. So I think that it's important for us to focus on the availability of this type of housing at this rate. This is very helpful to look at an hourly wage and to equate that with the type of housing that you are talking about. That's the reality of Estes Park, is that not everybody is above that 50% threshold. So I want to be respectful of that group of people who may be working right now and can't be at our meeting. But what do you think the percentage of this project, 50% AMI, let people understand this in tangible terms. We've got a chart. What's that look like? Is it half the housing will be 50% AMI, 10%?
Can you go back 2 slides? I thought you had that
So
over on the left.
Yeah, so I think what I'm looking at is based on last year, which projects, 9% is very competitive. There's 3 times the amount of projects that are applying for this tax credit than is actually awarded every year. And that's probably going to get more and more competitive as time goes on.
Sure.
So the more competitive that we're able to make our application, and that includes deeper affordability, multimodal transportation, on-site services, we're talking about trying to have a child care center there. Those are different areas that can score points, because the project goes to the qualified allocation plan that the state of Colorado produces, and it's essentially a point ranking system for all of the projects that are competing for here. And so just looking at the most recent numbers, we're going to be looking at roughly 47 units. Probably a little bit lower than that, because the cost of construction in Estes is higher than the cost of construction in a lot of the other municipalities around Colorado. So this is looking at a Colorado average. So if I had to, take a guess here, I would say about 45 units would be funded using that 9% LIHTC tax credit program. And then based on that, I think the distribution that is shown here, where we will have some below 50% in order to be competitive in this, there's going to be some that needs to be at the 30 and 40% threshold. Some will be at 50, some will be at 60 as well, to counterbalance some of the deeper affordabilities. So I would say for 60% and below would probably be 45 units. 50% and below, high 30s.
Okay, you did a good job responding to that, and so I'm going to hold you to that down the road when we talk about it more. And what I don't want to see is suddenly you have to be making $40 an hour to be able to afford to live in this project. And we have to keep this for the workforce, for the people who really need the help with this, and for the people who voted for this to support that part of our community. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and I'll just add as well, items that aren't going to be funded with the LIHTC program, more or less by default, are going to need to be attainable for sale.
Sure.
And attainable for sale, 50% is just not in the cards.
Well, I appreciate the presentation so far. I feel better about it, having heard what I've heard. Thank you.
Yeah, great presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge too, thank you for displaying the previous project and how this has changed and adjusted based on the feedback the community's provided and the needs of the community and the economic climate and all those kinds of things. I think it was really helpful to see those adjustments. So really appreciate that. It was extremely helpful for me.
Other questions?
I have one question for you all before we move on, and my apologies. But we've kind of glossed over this, and I want to make sure that we don't do that. Roughly half the project is targeted to be funded with LIHTC, whether that's 9% or 4%. 9% gives us the best value and the best opportunity to deliver what Pete was discussing. The east side of this project right now is predominantly envisioned to be for sale, attainable workforce product. So I want to make sure I make that perfectly clear. That is roughly a 50-50 split on a rental product and for sale product. I wanted to make sure that was clear and that this board is comfortable with that as it fits the need from our needs assessments as well.
And that for sale product is also a combination of deed restricted and market rate.
But this would be all envisioned to be deed restricted, but there could be varying levels of a deed restriction.
Okay.
Is that all the, you said to the east, so all the single family homes it looks like, is that correct?
Or
that
duplexes,
fair to say?
triplexes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Thank you all.
Any other comments? Scott?
No.
All right, thanks, folks. Very good information. Thanks so much for that. We're going to move on to our item 2 in report and discussion items. The base funding report from Crossroads Ministry of Estes Park. Everybody knows him. Most of us love him. So Executive Director Schaffer.
All right. Yeah, I'm Brian Schaefer, Executive Director of Crossroads. You know, Schaffer, you know. There you go.
We've got the window washer, too, out there.
There we go. That's right. And he's a good guy. So first off, just thank you for the $35,000 of the base funding that we received for 2024 and received more for this year. So thank you very much. I know many of you received a digital copy of our 2024 impact report. And in addition to the $35,000 from the town, we were able to invest another $1.4 million into the town through our services and different things that we help out with. And some of you might know the history of Crossroads, but in 1982, there were a group of people that were concerned about the condition of their neighbors. And they got together and started addressing some of the needs, and Crossroads was birthed, and we've been doing that ever since. So all the programs and services that we offer have been birthed out of needs that have been represented in the community, and we've just tried to mobilize neighbors to take good care of their neighbors. And right now we have about 120 volunteers that are on our roster that help us provide these services and programs to the community. And as we're providing basic human services to Estes Valley residents in need, our goal always is to help people reach their highest level of self-sufficiency to the best of their ability. And so we do that in a variety of ways. And I believe you also received a little card that had 32 services that we provide. And in addition, I mean, just highlight a few things. Estes Pack is a food bag that we prepare and send out through the school year for students that need a little extra food over the weekends. And then we transition in the summer to partner with the Boys and Girls Club to make sure, you know, kids aren't hungry on the weekends when maybe mom and dad are at work or they're home alone, fending for themselves. We deliver hot meals around the town. We provide rides to doctor's appointments, groceries for families. I think we have a pretty good market stocked with some good items. Counseling for kids, adults, and couples. And then we have volunteers that are trained in life coaching. We just think sometimes we need people to be on the journey, give some coaching. And then we started back in February a mobile outreach for those experiencing homelessness. Before they come to us, we want to get out there and maybe do preventative work. And if they truly are transient, we try to help them get, to where more services are, and usually that's down valley. And then housing support, that's one of our big things. But I wanted to kind of just close out with a few stories of real life people that have come through the doors at Crossroads with a need, and we were able to meet them at their point of need and offer them a little help. Help for today, hope for tomorrow. And so there's an elderly man in his early 70s. He's living in Trail Ridge Apartments today. We were able to help get him into some housing that he could afford in January. This guy came to Crossroads about a year and a half ago. He was living in a white sedan that was parked about a mile in the canyon. And he was living in there for about a year and a half, but he was coming into Crossroads weekly for whatever assistance he needed. And so we were able to get him in. And then also in January, we were able to house a grandmother and her 14-year-old grandson that were living in their car. And sometimes it just takes, people to help them fill out the paperwork to get on a housing list and make sure they had enough food and were taken care of, even though it wasn't the ideal living conditions. And but they're housed and being taken care of by a variety of nonprofits in town that we partner with, and we're thankful for that. And then the last 4 years, we've been getting into the school system, and Jess Boras is she's a client advocate. She grew up here, graduated from the high school, knows teachers and counselors at the high school. But just, a year or so ago, we became aware of a 16-year-old girl that was having trouble seeing, the whiteboard and other things. So we became aware of it, and so we made an appointment with an eye doctor to get her in. And sure enough, she needed glasses. And so the eye doctor ordered her glasses and contacts, had her fitted, and she was so happy to get back to class, to be able to see well. And of course, we just asked for a discount if that was available. But this eye doctor said, "You don't worry about it. That's my gift to that young lady." And then there was another high schooler that came up to live with their aunt and uncle, and they didn't have medical insurance or dental. And we became aware that she was having trouble eating her food. And so we made an appointment with Dr. Pike, and he said, sure enough, she's going to need a root canal or she's going to lose a tooth. And so thinking about a young high schooler losing a tooth and having a gap, and we said, not on our watch. We're going to stand in the gap, and we're going to take care of this. And we were able to have one of our donors step up and pay the 50% of a root canal. And you know what those cost. They're not cheap. But we were just able to step in on some of those. And then one of our drivers that was delivering meals one day knocked on the door of a lady that receives meals, and it took her a little while to get to the front door, and she was limping, and he said, yeah, what's going on? And she said, well, my knees hurt because I can't climb up my stairs anymore, and so I crawl up them on my knees. And when they came back and told us about that, the lady is about the same age as my mother, and I thought, I wouldn't want my mom crawling upstairs. And so we talked to the lady and said, how about if we helped you get a chairlift? Would that be okay? And sure enough, She said, that'd be great. I had thought about doing that, but they're kind of expensive. There again, we contacted a donor in the community, and they said, yeah, we'll buy a chairlift. We talked to Kingswood Construction, and they said, yeah, we'll put it in for you. And sure enough, the lady's able to go up and down. And so just those little things in life, make a big difference. And we partner with a lot of people. It's great to be in a generous community. And the last story just happened, less than a year ago. There's you've heard of the mom and pop shops, well, this guy, him and his wife, they ran a HVAC refrigeration business for many years, probably 25, 30 years. He did all the work and she did all the bookkeeping and appointments and all that. Well, last year, she went into the doctor and found out she had cancer. It was stage 4. And so for him, he had to decide, wow, I'm going to have to take her to all these appointments, and she's not going to be able to schedule jobs for me and all that. Well, we became aware of his situation, and we have a program where we have volunteers that went out for respite care so he could go do some jobs. We gave her a ride to the valley to some of her appointments, and just the way it worked out, she only lived a couple more months, and we were there, to the last day. And then we set him up with one of our life coaches, which is a great businessman in town, and he helped set him up so that he could find a way to schedule appointments, make money, and continue living here in Estes Park. So those are just a few of the stories of people that we get to serve every day. And so we're thankful for the town's funding to help us with that, and we're thankful for all the people that support Crossroads to make all this happen. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
Well, it's inspirational. We're glad to be part of it. I know you have other sources too, but I think it's universal that everybody loves what you guys do over there. So thanks for that work. Other comments from trustees? Trustee Eigel.
Brian, thanks for that. It's really reassuring, and I appreciate that there's an organization that would take care of our community, and Crossroads has always felt like that. Can you tell us the names of the people that are on your staff, or who is Crossroads? Is it easy to do? Are there 1,000 people, or can you tell us?
I'm full-time, and then we have an associate director, Aaron Bojan. He's part-time. We have a Mills on Wheels coordinator, Michelle Purdy. She's part-time. Deborah Avizano is our food program manager. She's full-time. Jess Borez, Westover. She's our client advocate. She's part-time. Rosa Zamarone. She's our most recent hire, bilingual front desk coordinator. She's part-time. And then we have Eva Banuelos, and she's full-time case manager. She's been with us 14 years, and I've been there 7, and yeah, so we've got a good group.
Thank them on behalf of the town, I hope I can say that, and thanks for your good report.
Sure.
Good, very good.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. We have 3 public hearings in a row. 2 of them are liquor items. One of them is the first hearing that will then be continued of the electric rate increase. Let's get to the first one here, make sure I got all my stuff in proper order. So this order of business is convening the Liquor Licensing Authority for the town of Estes Park. It'll be the public hearing on the application of Indian Bites, Inc., DBA Indian Bites, for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license located at 181 West Riverside Drive, Estes Park, Colorado. At this hearing, the Liquor Licensing Authority shall consider the facts and evidence determined as a result of its investigation, as well as any other facts, the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood for the type of license for which application has been made, the desires of the adult inhabitants, the number, type, and availability of liquor outlets located in or near the neighborhood under consideration, and any other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed. I declare this public hearing open. Town Clerk, can you present the components on the checklist?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that. I also want to note that this applicant applied as a new concurrent hotel and restaurant liquor license, which means the state's been reviewing this liquor license at the same time. They've been going through the process that is done in order to hopefully obtain that liquor license, not only from the town, but from the state sooner than later. They have also completed TIPS training and reaffirmed that TIPS training recently with our office. They have 2 additional liquor license locations in Longmont and Lyons under the same name. And so they are at least versed in the service of alcohol at those locations as well. So going into it, we did receive the application and it was filed with our office on April 21st. Meeting for tonight was set at your May 27th meeting. The neighborhood boundaries for this liquor license are 3.5 miles. And the town has received all the necessary paperwork and hearing costs. The applicant is filing as a corporation. As noted on your paperwork, the property is zoned commercial downtown, which does allow this type of business to be permitted. The notice of this hearing was published on May 30th in the local paper, as well as the premise being posted with the liquor hearing notice. There is a police report as well in your packet of information, and as noted, the TIPS training has been completed. The applicant is present tonight. If you have any additional questions for me, I can go ahead and take those now.
No. Trustee Eigel.
Did the prior location serve alcohol? Did the prior
No, we
owner
have
serve
not
alcohol?
had a liquor license in that location since I've been the town clerk.
The applicant will be allowed to state their case, present any evidence they wish to support the application, but it's not required. Oh, okay, there we go.
And will you turn on your mic? Yeah,
you'll
the
have to
bot.
turn
Thanks,
on.
Root.
Yeah, Root knows.
Good evening. Good evening, respected mayor, trustees, and ladies and gentlemen in this room. Indian Bites, we are very new. We are about 2 months and a couple of days old in 181 West Riverside Drive. And the liquor license, if we have this liquor license, we can serve wine and beer with the food to the clients, because a lot of our customers do ask about the wine and beer with the Indian food. So it really helps our small business grow. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are opponents to the application, they'll be given an opportunity to state their case and present any evidence in opposition to the application. Do we have anyone who wants to speak in that manner? Lacking that, we don't need a rebuttal time. Town Clerk, have any other communications been received in regard to the application?
Mayor, we did not receive any correspondence on this liquor license application.
All the evidence that has been presented will be accepted as part of the record. Board of Trustees, are there any questions of the applicant or any other commentary to make before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. I would take a motion on this resolution.
I move to approve Resolution 60-25.
I second.
Trustee Hazelton moved to approve this resolution. Trustee Brown seconded. Any further comments? And seeing none, we'll go to a vote. congratulations, and we'll look forward to visiting you down there. The motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to our second liquor item. I'll shortchange my preface a little bit, but I will mention that the next order of business before the Liquor Licensing Authority is on the application of Park Theater Mall LLC, doing business as The Slab, for a new tavern liquor license located at 116 East Elkhorn Avenue, Estes Park, Colorado. As stated before, on the prior resolution, the Liquor Licensing Authority shall consider the facts and evidence determined as a result of this investigation, and I will summarize that statement. It's all identical to what I used on the first resolution. The public hearing is now open. Town Clerk, you may give us your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this applicant has applied for a new concurrent tavern liquor license. So same understanding that their attempt is to have this liquor license approved by the state in a timely manner after this hearing. I would note that this location did previously have a liquor license for the same business name, and so this is not new to that location. With that, the application was filed on May 7th. Again, at your May 27th hearing, at your May 27th meeting, this hearing was established for tonight. The neighborhood boundaries are 3.5 miles. And again, we have received all the fees and paperwork for this liquor license application. This applicant is filing as a limited liability corporation. Again, this property is zoned CD, commercial downtown, which does allow this type of business and is permitted. The notice and in the paper and the property were both posted on May 30th. And they have previously completed TIPS training. They also, I should note for the public and for this application, that they do currently have an additional liquor license already at the Park Theater itself. And with that, I'll take any questions, and the applicant is present if you have any questions.
Seeing no questions for the town clerk, the applicant will be allowed to state their case, present any evidence they wish to support the application. And I see the family approaching.
Well, she knows more than I know, and I'm older than her, but she still knows more than I know. Hi, I'm Sharon Seeley. I'm part of the Park Theater, the historic building in town, your oldest theater in the country, and we are very proud to be here. We are keeping it going, but we need some help, and having this slab was very good for us. And we now have the opportunity to fulfill the requirements needed for that spot, because we have a new person to help us financially. We are requesting the liquor license for this slab. We had it before. It was a wonderful experience for most everybody that I know. We had no trouble. Our people are well trained and well accustomed to dealing with people, and that's what we're talking about, dealing with people. We've had the liquor license at the Park Theater now for many years with no problems and no indications. We also had the Aspen Lodge, the Lakeshore Lodge, on and on. We are used to doing this. We like it, we love it, and we want the opportunity to use the property in the middle of town to not only help us, but to help our town, because it's a good place. If I live downtown and I look over that property every day, and there are people on that property all the time sitting and enjoying it, and so we'd like to help them do that again. So we were requesting a new liquor license. We've done it before. We're qualified, and we love this town, and we want to make it fun again. We have the opportunity to provide much entertainment, some national. Jenna will tell you more about the entertainment. She's been talking to our entertainment people. Your turn.
All day. Yeah, we would just like to reopen the slab. We didn't end up selling the property within the last 2 years. And we got an opportunity for us to be able to have a financer help us get the property back open again. So we'd like to get the liquor license back so that we can provide more than 80 Colorado beers sitting out on the patio and enjoying some live entertainment so that people can enjoy. I think that's it. Thank you all.
Trustees, before I open to any potential opponents, are there questions or comments to the applicant?
Just curious about the length of your season. Are you thinking through end of October or TBD?
Well, it's always based upon weather.
Sure.
But usually by the last week in October, we end up having to close.
Okay.
Because things start blowing across the property.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll stay open as long as we can. And this year we are on a temporary permit. And then we're hoping to expand that to further with major restrooms.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
It's a fun place to be, and the people downtown love it. Matter of fact, when they heard we were going to do this, people that I don't know particularly came up to me and said, "Oh, you're going to open the slab again." And they were very excited. And it's not only just for us, but it's a good place for people to mingle downtown. They like it, they love it, and we are able to do this again, and we will be proud to do this for our town and our community.
Thanks. I'll turn it over to the possibility if we have an opponent or opponents to the application, they'll be given an opportunity to state their case and present any evidence in opposition to the application. I'm not seeing motion in that direction, therefore we do not need a rebuttal opportunity. Town Clerk, has any other communication been received in regard to this application?
No communications were received, Mayor.
All evidence presented will be accepted as part of the record. Any final comments or questions before I close the hearing and ask for a motion? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. I'll look for a motion.
Mayor, I would move that Resolution 6125 be approved.
I'll second that.
Trustee Eigel moved to approve this resolution. Trustee Youngland seconded it. Any further comments? We can vote. Long live the slab. Okay, thanks, folks. Yeah. I appreciate the sentiment, but as you know, even positive reaction I must hold because we don't want it to swing the other direction when things are not approved by a majority. So thanks much.
Mayor, could I make one more comment, please?
Yes, you may.
You know, we had the historic.
Oh, come up to, please come up. Can you make it to the, yeah.
I've got it.
Sorry to make you do it twice,
No,
but
no, it's
yeah,
good
yeah.
for me.
You're good.
I'm just stiff, that's all. You know, we own the Historic Park Theater. We are very proud to own this theater. It is on the National Historic Register. There is no other single-house theater in this country older than the Park Theater. Yeah. We have done a lot to keep it up. We love it there. Our ghosts love it there. And so we keep them. We send the bad ones up to Stanley. We don't keep them. You know. But we are very proud to have the Park Theater, and this will be something that will help support theater while supporting our town. And so please, if you ever have a chance, join us at the theater. It's a special place. Don't do all the streaming. Come to the movies. That's my pitch. Thanks for loving us.
Thank you. We'll move onward. We have, actually, we cross over into action items, although this is just the first of the public hearings associated with this. So let me read the proper introduction for you. Next order of business will be the public hearing on action item 1, public hearing ordinance 725, proposed electric rate increase. This and continued public hearing and board action is scheduled for June 24th, 2025. At this hearing, the Board of Trustees shall consider the information presented during this public hearing from the town staff, public comment, and written comments received on the budget. On the budget? Is that the right word? That's not the right word.
No, on the rate
On
study.
the-
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah. And thank you for clarifying. I'm obviously getting more and more conscious of what I'm reading up here. Any member of the board may ask questions at any stage of the public hearing, which may be responded to at that time. The public hearing is open. Staff report, we have Director Ruben Bergson to give us the staff report and perhaps with some help.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. Yes, I do have help tonight. Thankfully, I do have help because we do these rate studies every 3 years, approximately. Got extended last year because of a whole lot of weather events last spring. And so we are proposing tonight a subsequent 3-year rate increases, and I'm going to invite our consultant, Megan Helper, up to the counter to give more details about the results.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruben, for that introduction, and thank you, Mayor and Trustees, for your time this evening. My name's Megan Helper. I work for New Gen Strategies and Solutions, and we are consultants for municipal utilities. So I have an agenda for us tonight. We'll go through the rate study process. We'll look at some financial forecast results, and then some cost of service and rate design results. And finally, we'll close with some of the proposed rates and the bill impacts as a result of those proposed rates. So this slide illustrates the rate study process. There are 5 steps in the rate study process, and 3 of them there's 3 steps in the middle that are combined because they're related. So there's the financial forecast and revenue requirement, there's cost allocation, and then finally rate design. And we'll go into more detail in the next few slides on all of these steps. So as I mentioned, the first step is determining a revenue requirement. A revenue requirement is the total expenses for the electric utility. Includes operating expenses, capital, debt service, and it's reduced by other income and non-operating income. We used a base year of the 2025 budget to develop the revenue requirement, and then we escalated those costs into the future using escalation factors to produce the financial forecast, which would be the revenue requirement on an annual basis. This slide represents the 3 steps in the middle of that first slide that I showed. And those steps are, once we have a revenue requirement, we pick a test year. That test year can be a single year, and in this study's case, we use 2027 as our test year, or it can be an average of years. Once we have that test year, we take those costs and we break them out into different buckets based on the nature of those costs. So the first step within this process, we functionalize the costs based on whether they're related to source of supply, distribution, or customer. Once we split them up into those buckets, we further classify those costs based on whether they're fixed or variable in nature. And then we allocate those costs to each of the different customer classes based on how each of the customer classes use the electric system. And once we do that, we have determined a cost to serve each of the different customer classes. This image is a typical electrical system. You can see there's generation, transmission, distribution, and then finally you have these houses and buildings that kind of represent the customer function. This slide shows kind of how Estes Park Power and Communications utility system is set up. They receive power from Platte River Power Authority and transmission as well. Once the electricity comes off of the transmission system and is on the distribution system, Estes Park Power and Communication takes over responsibility, and they also provide customer service and customer billing. So just in a little bit more detail, generation is where electricity is produced. It can be from things like hydro, coal, wind, solar. And you have to size this portfolio to meet the maximum demand requirements of the system. And when we're at the generation, that would be Platte River Power Authority's system. Platte River Power Authority, like many other wholesale utilities, has a goal to transition to 100% non-carbon energy by 2030. Once the electricity is generated, it needs to be it needs to travel over long distances, and it does this on the transmission system. The transmission system is made up of substations, transformers, and lines, and these are all sized to meet, again, Platte River's peak. And the next functions are taken over again by Estes Park, and once the electricity is transported closer to the end user, the voltage is reduced and it is transferred to the distribution system. The distribution system is also made up of substations, transformers, and lines, but they're sized to serve a smaller voltage, and they're also sized to meet local demands, and so that would be, Estes Park and not Platte River Power Authority. The last function is customer service, and that function is responsible for the utilities billing and any, customer service. That's if you call the utility, that's the function you are getting. So once those costs are functionalized, we then classify them. And so we classify the costs based on whether they're fixed or variable in nature. Once we've bucketed costs into source of supply, we break them out further into if they're demand or fixed related or energy and variable related. We also do this for distribution. Distribution costs are all fixed, however, we split them out into demand and customer related. And then finally, there's customer costs or costs specifically related to the customer function, and those are all just customer costs that are fixed. And when we do this, we illustrate a typical utility issue, which is that the majority of utilities, their expenses are fixed, whereas they're collecting their revenues on a variable basis majoritively. And so this can cause problems when you experience conservation and energy efficiency because you are reducing the number of variable units you have to collect your expenses from. And that's part of what the cost of service and rate design studies seek to help with is shifting this so that your expenses are collected in the same fashion as which your expenses are collected in the same fashion as which they're incurred. Finally, the final step in the cost of service process is we allocate costs to the different customer classes, and we do this based on how they use the system, how much energy they're using, when they're peaking, and when they're peaking in relation to Estes Park's peak, when they're peaking in relation to their own customer class. And once we have the results from the cost of service, we take that into the rate design. And in rate design, we take we use the cost of service as a base for designing cost-based rates, but we also incorporate any policy, industry trends, and behaviors that we want to incentivize. And the result from this is that we design rates that collect sufficient revenues and support the utility's goals. Potential outcomes and best practices for a rate study. We want to ensure that the utility remains financially stable. We want to design rates that are simple for the customer to understand and for the utility to implement. We want to make sure that these rates align with any legislation, any industry trends, and as well as the cost of service. These are some results from the cost of service study. This is the 2020, this pie graph represents the 2025 budgeted expenses. As you can see, the largest portion of Estes Park Power and Communications expenses are Platte River Power Authority costs, so that generation and transmission function. And that's something that Estes Park doesn't really have control over. You don't have the ability to control Platte River Power Authority's rates. The second biggest piece of the pie is other operating expenses, so that includes distribution, customer service and accounting, and then as well as administrative in general. Estes Park makes a large effort to keep these costs down. One example of that is that they do a lot of work in-house instead of contracting out with more expensive contractors. And Joe and Ruben can speak more to how they are trying to control costs on the operations side. The third biggest piece of the pie is the capital improvement plan. This is to make sure that all of the electrical assets are up to date and functioning properly. And Estes Park, again, makes a concerted effort to keep these costs low by seeking out grants to reduce the amount that ratepayers have to contribute to these capital projects. The last two smallest pieces of the pie are the debt service, or are the general fund transfer and some minimal debt service. So this is some more results from the cost of service study. This is showing basically the reserve fund levels. Estes Park Power and Communication has several key financial metrics that they have to meet based on internal policy as well as bond covenant policy. One of those policies is that the reserve fund cannot drop below 90 days of operation expenses. And you can see if we take no action, in 2026, we're barely meeting that requirement of 90 days. In 2027, we drop below 90 days. And in 2029, you can see we're actually in the negative there. So the key point here is that we do need rate increases to maintain financial stability. So again, if no rate increases are implemented, there's potential for a much larger rate increases in later years, or a reduction in the budget. And a reduction in the budget would result in lower safety and reliability standards at the utility, which again, Joe and Ruben can speak more directly to. And so the study has shown that on a system basis, we need to collect about 3.5% more revenue in 2026, 2027, and 2028. This graph represents the rate increases since 2011 to 2024. And as you can see, 3.5% system rate increase is lower than the majority of the rate increases historically from 2027. It's fairly reasonable. I know nobody wants to increase rates, but so these are the proposed residential rates for the standard residential class and the residential demand class. We made a concerted effort to keep the customer charge increase fairly low. You can see it's approximately 50 cents for both of these classes. That's a portion of the bill that the customer doesn't have the ability to control. It's incurred on a monthly basis, and you can't reduce your energy usage to reduce your bill. So we tried to make sure that we limited the impact of that fixed charge. This is again just the residential class. This is showing time of day proposed rates and the time of day basic proposed rates. Again, we took the same approach with the customer charge here. And this table, it shows some residential bill impacts from the current rates to proposed 2026 rates. You can see we used an average usage based on the different customer classes and applied the rates to those. You can see that the standard residential class bill would be about 107, 108 under the current bill, or under the current rates, and would increase to about 109 or 110 under proposed rates. And that's equivalent to about a 2% rate increase or bill increase, and about, $2, $2 or $3, $2.50. These are the small commercial rates. Again, we did want to try to limit the impact of the small commercial customer charge. here, so we tried to keep that level. It was also very close to cost of service, so we didn't want to raise that above the cost of service, and so we kept it flat from phases 2 and phase 3. We also did an analysis on bill impacts for the small commercial class. Again, we used an average usage for that customer class, and you can see it results in about a 3% increase. The standard small commercial bill would be about 172 under current rates, and it would increase to about 177 under proposed phase 1 rates. And so that would be approximately a $5 bill increase. So that is what I have prepared for you, so I'm happy to take any questions now.
I know that's a rapid-fire version of a substantially complex process. Sitting on the PRPA board, I get to see all of their different modeling structures for the generation side and looking into the future and somehow trying to maintain dependability and affordability while converting ultimately to green, and the challenges and the multiple models they go through selling and buying on the market. So yeah, there's a lot of complexity in there. Good job of delivering that information. Trustees, are there questions?
Yes, Megan, I just have a quick question. When you went over those slides showing the percentage of increase to 2.5%, but yet you're requesting 3.5. Can you speak to the public as to why they're seeing the difference?
Yes, of course. So the 3.5% is on a system basis. So there are more rate classes that Estes Park serves. They serve industrial, they serve a large and a medium commercial, and they also serve Rocky Mountain National Park. And so the rate increases for those people are a little bit higher than the 3% or the 3.5%, and that allows us to keep the residential and the small commercial under that 3.5%. And this is all based on the cost of service results. It showed that residential needed a smaller rate increase as well as small commercial than the medium and large commercial classes.
Okay, thank you. I think that has been some confusion that I've been hearing, so I appreciate that explanation.
Definitely.
Trustee Lancaster.
I have a couple questions, one for you and then probably one for Ruben. First is, I asked for this last year too. How do we compare to similar communities and particularly maybe not Front Range communities, but Front Range in our rates? I mean, nobody wants the rates to go up. I mean, I don't want to pay more for electricity or water. I don't want to pay more to go see a movie. But I do. I know what it costs, and I don't want to pay more for food, but things are going up. But we need some frame of reference of this. So how do we compare to other communities and in their increase? Then I'll ask my second question.
And I can speak a little bit to like the increase that I'm seeing amongst other clients. And this is definitely a trend in the electric industry. We're just seeing large inflationary pressures and high, and especially in electric assets. It's affecting electric assets more than just standard other things.
Yeah, and I'm making a note to bring at the next public board meeting. The Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities does a annual request for rate comparisons. So they base that on 700 kilowatt hours, and they go and ask every participant. They also get information from rural cooperatives and investor-owned. I don't remember what the last one is, but typically we run right up there with Xcel Energy. I want to say maybe $2 or $3 more than Xcel Energy in the past years. It has historically been less, but relative to the rest of the electric providers, on the municipal side, we do run pretty high. So I think some of the higher ones, there's some communities, La Junta, down in the southeast area of Colorado. They have some legacy costs that they have to take care of, so they end up running pretty high. I can't remember right off the top of my head. I think the lowest is a city called Center, Colorado. And this question does come up, so I called them. And it was a day off, and when I finally got a hold of somebody, it sounds like there's just 3 or 4 people there. So their cost of actually doing business seems to be extremely small, and they must have a large industrial customer, but I wasn't able to get a hold. It's like very low. Loveland, Longmont are also down in that, what I'll call the lowest quartile. But yeah, we definitely run in the highest quartile.
But I think there's something here that said our service area is 3 times the size of Loveland, and we have 1/3 the number of customers.
And that is,
and we're in the mountains, and we're dealing with fire things. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is actually, Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities actually called up at one point and said, Estes Park is the only municipality that looks as rural as this. There is no other participant in that association that has a 300 square mile service area with so few customers. So it ends up, costing us a lot more. I think the other aspect is when, I don't know the easy way to explain it, so I'm hoping Kate can rewrite my article. but essentially when you're in these communities that have vast areas of growth, the excess sales, the growth in sales actually is revenue coming in that growth doesn't necessarily increase your infrastructure costs because their infrastructure is already there and serving people. So the incremental cost to serve these large customers and these growing areas, that revenue comes in is actually quite a bit of revenue that helps pay the costs. We don't have any of those. I mean, the community development department calls all the lots infill lots because there are no vacant lots, very few vacant lots to get that large growth. Also, large industrial customers. Our largest customers are the YMCA, Stanley, and then the water department and the sewer department. So the Loveland has a industrial customer that is so large, they actually have a rate just specially for that customer. So that is one customer that brings in a whole lot of revenue, offsetting the similar costs that we have. Tree trimming costs, ours are extremely high compared to other communities. So, yeah, we do our best.
That's good.
Thank you.
My second question, and I think comes back to that frame of reference. I mean, again, nobody wants to pay more, but we need to pay our fair share. So how can we reassure the ratepayers that we're operating as efficiently as possible and there isn't, fat or waste or excess spending? You hear that all the time, just cut out the fat. Well, at some point, you're not cutting out the fat, you're cutting off limbs.
Yeah.
And we don't want to get to that point, and I think we're pretty lean. But how do we reassure people that you do operate lean, and what do you tell us?
Come visit the shop. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things where Joe and I talk about this. It's come visit the shop. You will see a shop. All the trucks are out. If a truck isn't out, it's because there's a crew that we couldn't fill up because someone's out sick or vacationing. It's the productivity is a very difficult thing to measure relative to other organizations.
There's a fine line between operating lean and cutting corners. And
yeah.
I don't want you to be cutting corners, particularly with the risk, particularly with fires and the tree cabling and the trimming. And that's not a place, the impact on the community of cutting corners could be far worse than paying a few more bucks a month for electricity.
I appreciate that. So I will say this, and Joe can probably speak extremely close to this. if we get more and more revenue, at some point we have to outsource. We have to hire contractors in to do the capital construction to replace those older lines with tree cable. And we've been there and we've done that. And what we recognize is contractors come in, they are much more expensive. Joe's done the analysis to do that comparison. And the quality of the work, our crews go out, build the line, and they know they have to maintain it for the rest of their career that they're here. So they take great care in constructing the line, where oftentimes, Joe can tell you stories, they're coming back and redoing work that contractors were doing. So, getting more money would present an issue of, okay, you'll see our fund balance start going up and up and up until we get to a point where we contract out the work, because we can't do that. Right now, we're at a balance. We maintain very close to that 90-day O&M, and we keep our staff busy rebuilding the lines.
Mayor, Trustee Lancaster, I'll add as an asterisk that the best part of the process to engage into on that side is the annual budget process. That we go through that process rigorously. Ruben, Joe, their teams are constantly looking at the bottom line, looking at what they're spending money on. Just a couple of examples, if Ruben, you or Joe want to talk about the cost of bucket trucks and the most recent bucket trucks we've purchased that were much more cost effective than the brand new alternatives that were nearly double the price. I think that's worth mentioning as an example among many that can be found as we go through our annual budget process.
That was a team effort. I'll throw out some kudos to the fleet department, Kevin McEachran and Paul.
I want to open to public comment if anyone wants to address the board concerning the proposed rate increase. Do we have at least one? And name, address, 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's John Guffey. I live at 561 Chapin Lane, Unit 2. And I only heard the word conservation used once, and I didn't hear it. I was sitting way in the back. I didn't really understand, but I think it meant it's not a good thing. It was detrimental to the rate balance. And most of the conversation tonight was about money. And we're looking at how do we avoid rate increases. I want to raise the attention of the board to say that there's more to life than how much we have to pay to get what we want. And Estes Park has a unique position in this realm, whether it's energy, and yes, we should be pursuing sustainable energy that's not coming out of fossil fuel, which I do believe PRPA is bound to build a fossil fuel generating station. 2030, I don't think there'll be 100% clean energy by 2030. That number was up there. I'd like to hear that that is really going to happen. And rate increases can be a good thing. Maybe it will cause people to use less energy. So how can we as a community on the board, thank you, I respect you very much, how can you reduce the demand in this community for energy that somebody has to bring and put in the wire and deliver to every place that demands more and more energy?
Thank you. I actually would like to clarify that PRPA will be in the 87, or the intent is 87 to 88% by 2030. And then that last 10 or 11 or 12%, there will be additional work will need to occur in the 2030s to get there. So point of clarification for the public, that is a good point. After the resource diversification plan of 2018 encountered COVID and all the changes to supply chains and tariffs and all the other things that are going on. Everybody is beset by that same challenge, but we'll be much more progressed toward that by 2030. So good clarification. Are there other public comments? Yes, sir.
Greetings to the trustees and mayor. My name's Greg Peterson. I've lived here for 14 years now. My wife and I own Wild Spirits Gallery downtown. I had a son that went through kindergarten, through grade school, now going to be attending CU. But however, I have some really concerns about the current rates, and then yet alone they're talking about raising them more. I was at the current existing power rates increased as far exceeds what was portrayed at the previous electric rate meeting just a month ago. The gentleman, I think his name's Ruben, giving the presentation went through a long dialogue on how the rates are figured with charts, graphs, and pie charts, kind of a lot like what we saw again tonight. However, when asked how the last rate increase was done, if I remember correctly, he said, oh, we didn't have time or something like that to go through, and they just kind of came up with their own number and thought 5% sounded really good. My answer to that is really? I have records of my personal, what I've been paying by myself over the last 15 years that we've lived here. This year for 2025 far exceeds the so-called 5% increase that I've seen or was told. Starting just this year, in January of this year so far compared to last year, my January bill was up 25%. My February bill, 35%. March was 17% more. April, 14%. May, 16%. There's nothing that has changed in my household that would cause such an exponential rate increase. And as you know, and like probably many sitting here, people are hurting just to make ends meet. Not only here, but just across the whole country because of inflation and many other things going on. The town, may be making good tax revenues from deliveries from Amazon and Walmart and et cetera, but the brick and mortar stores here in Estes are not. Sales are slow, even less this year than last year with all the loop construction that went on. And then also I heard, some talk of, maybe we just won't have Christmas lights.
Half a minute left. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll hurry. We won't have Christmas lights if the rates aren't increased again is ridiculous. Also, the punishment of local residents by charging extra if you lose electricity between the hours of 5 and 9, to me is criminal. And that was called an incentive to get people to use less power. I mean, that's when people come home from work, it's dark, you turn on your lights, it's supper time, you cook food. And it's other things you do, household chores, that's when you do them. And this just needs to stop. You expect parents to tell their kids, I'm sorry kids, we can't have supper until 9 p.m. I'll wake you up or call you when food's ready. And here's your candle. I know that sounds extreme, but that's essentially what we're being asked to do. I remember green energy was also mentioned. We had green energy here. We had hydropower. But the town, if I'm wrong.
We'll have a subsequent, or the plan is to have a subsequent public hearing on June 24th.
Sure.
And there will be an opportunity for additional public input at that point, as well as all of these can be written to the board and be in the public packet.
Okay.
But I'll have to move on at this point.
Okay, fine.
Are there others that wish to provide public comment tonight? And recall, again, we will have additional opportunity, and certainly we welcome written commentary too that is made public to all. Seeing none, Town Clerk, Are there other communications that have been received in regard to the rate increase that are not included in the board packet?
Anything additional would have been left at the dais, Mayor, for this topic.
Yeah, got it. Board of Trustees, are there further questions concerning the rate increase? All reports, statements, exhibits, and written communications presented will be accepted as part of the record. I'm going to request that the board consider a motion to continue the public hearing and board action to June 24th, 2025. And I'll take a motion.
I move to continue this public hearing to June 24th, 2025.
A second.
And Trustee Hazelton made the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Sinak seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll vote on the motion. And let's go ahead with the vote. The public hearing is continued to June 24th. We will resume at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bergston. Megan, thanks so much for the information. And for not being virtual for a change, you know, so we're going to move to our second action item, which is the revised policy 225 child care funding guidelines. Manager Bangs.
All right. Here we go. As you mentioned, we're here tonight to consider some revisions to Policy 225, the Child Care Funding Guidelines, as well as its exhibits. We had a previous study session where we went over a draft of the policy, and we got some feedback from you all, so kind of packaged it all up for you this evening. There shouldn't be any surprises, but hopefully we answered some of your outstanding questions and provided some more detail. The last revision was conducted in February 2023 after the approval of the 60 lodging tax extension that occurred at the end of 2022. So we are making these changes based on the last 2 years of 60 lodging tax revenue, as well as data and information that we received from the Child Care Needs Assessment and Strategic Plan, and feedback from you all who are tired of seeing me for every single request over $10,000, which was the previous staff spending authority limit. So some of the major revisions that you'll see this evening are more efficient budget and funding distribution processes, as well as a proposed staff spending authority increase, and then detailed funding program descriptions and frameworks. As a reminder, and what's listed in the policy, the town's primary goal related to childcare is to collaborate with various levels of government and agencies to increase the availability and affordability of childcare in the Estes Valley. We do this through a number of different ways, but mostly through a lot of collaboration, having our ear to the ground and knowing what's going on, and assisting with distribution of funds to various organizations from different government levels and organization levels. One of the things that was proposed in the study session was a child care facility account fund. Lots of language and learning alongside a new financing director, Tammy, was very helpful in figuring out what we're going to call all of these things. So the child care facility account, again, is a kind of separate from the 60 lodging tax revenue. That is an account that was developed because we now have a facility that we lease to a child care provider. The rental revenue that we receive from leasing that space is put into its own account so that it can be put back into that same facility. The way that we'll be looking at that and approving that budget is through annual budget process and the annual 60 funding plan. So you'll be able to see on an annual basis what that revenue would be and how we intend to allocate that back into the facility to make sure it's being maintained, meeting licensure expectations and requirements, etc. I tried making a diagram to demonstrate the different ways There's a lot of arrows. This is all of it together. We'll pare it down into different things. But the purple image to your right is what I'm considering this child care facility account. So it is under the budget line 270-1948. But again, the funds that are coming in, the arrow coming in is the rent, and the child care facility expense account is that repairs and maintenance that are going out. If we wanted to, we could have the option of allocating 60 lodging tax dollars to a project to the child care facility account. So for example, if we decided we wanted to add an infant room to a town-owned facility, we could choose to vote as a board, as a town government, to allocate funds to that project. Of course, Christie Mountaintop always has the opportunity to apply as a provider for grants, and that would come through one of the different distribution processes. So that purple is kind of our own facility. We almost even wanted to put it into internal services. It overlaps in a lot of more internal services type programming, distribution of funds. Again, in the policy, it goes through appropriations and budget approval. Town staff will annually make recommendations for childcare funding based on the revenue that is projected through lodging tax from the local marketing district. Visit Estes Park does a really great job of providing data and projections of revenue throughout the year per the intergovernmental agreement, and that'll be presented through the annual 60 funding plan. As a reminder, we're kicking off that outreach and stakeholder outreach for the annual 60 funding plan now, and it is aligned with your normal budget process. So back to this, if we look just at the teal blue on the left, we have the lodging tax coming in to Workforce Housing and Child Care Lodging Tax Fund. We decided that's a really long name too. Of those funds, 80% is directed to workforce housing through an MOU with the Housing Authority, and 20% is retained at the town. That 80-20 split is decided upon every year through the annual budget as well. So again, sticking to that teal blue color, the funds are then in the 60 Lodging Tax Fund, Child Care Fund. It can go out in various ways. We're going to be looking at 3 expenditure methods: the Child Care Stability Initiative, Priority Grant Program, and then the Child Care Assistance Program. We'll look at this diagram again in a little bit. The methods, like I said, include the Child Care Stability Initiative, which have specific award amounts that will be for various entities. The Priority Grant Program, which will have program budgets that's proposed in the plan, and then everything else can be applied for under the Child Care Assistance Program. The Child Care Assistance Program is what accrues the 60 lodging tax revenue year over year. So it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Every year we can decide how that's allocated, or we could choose to just save it up knowing that 5 years from now we want to do a large capital purchase of another facility or something along those lines. All right, so in describing expenditures in the policy, the funding is tied to the policy outlines expenditures requirements focused on alignment with priorities that are presented in the annual plan. They're application-based processes that with collaborative review by both town staff and can be in consultation with partner agencies as appropriate, and then spending authority of $50,000 for town staff. Like I said, something we did discuss at great length last time was that spending authority mark. We started at 10,000, we discussed up to 100,000, and we kind of landed at 50,000. And after discussing with other staff, that's what we would recommend. To kind of expand on that, I did tell you I'd provide some information about what the different applications and requests we received and what would have been over that $50,000 mark. Out of the applications in the last 2 years, in 2023, 2 of them were over 50,000. It was EVIC's tuition assistance, which we know are those larger numbers, as well as Boys and Girls Club, who received $75,000 in 2023. And then in 2024, once again, EVIC's tuition assistance, and then Mountaintop facility purchase. So under this framework, all of those would have been brought to you, where the majority of the other distributions were the workforce subsidy program, as well as some of those other smaller grants for fellowships and assistance, yeah. So going through those 3 expenditure methods, the priority grant program is on page, it's one of the final attachments of your packet, attachment 7, goes into details of what the priority grant program would look like and demonstrates how it would be presented in the annual plan. So that's what you would be voting on an annual basis for the following year, what that would look like. The purpose of the priority grant program is to support those specific projects, under tuition, the 4 priority areas: tuition assistance, out-of-school programming, capital and facilities, and addressing workforce challenges. Of course, it would be via an application process, competitive grant application process with application windows. Therefore, we're able to really review all the applications at once and distribute based on what we feel is the highest priority need at that time. Review and recommendations, again, staff with an opportunity to consult with partner agencies will review those applications and make those funding decisions. Any distribution up to $50,000 can be executed by staff. So we won't be coming back to you under each of those priority program grants. Unless someone, even under a grant program, requests $75,000, again, we'd come to you guys for that. So within the annual 6E funding plan, the framework and description of programs are in the packet. In the policy, it requires that the framework includes the defined priority area, eligibility and qualifications for funding, the application window, and funding distribution timeline. Again, just consistency year over year, allowing that information, presenting that information to you all as well as to stakeholders who will be applying for the funds. A new proposal, in addition to the priority grant program, we have the Child Care Stability Initiative. This would essentially take place of the annual workforce subsidy. The biggest difference in the subsidy process, in this process, is the timing. Now will require that all eligible entities and key child care providers would apply for funding prior to July 1st, which is similar to the outside entity-based funding process. That will really allow me and town staff to look at the request on an annual basis and then have the annual budget for the following year really reflect what would be left for those priority grants. It allows staff and elected officials a better understanding of the funds left over, like I said, for to be allocated to priority grants or saved up. This application process would be different in that it's less competitive and it's more based on eligibility, and then that, kind of reallocating funds based on what our recommendations are as staff. Again, that would be brought through the annual 6E funding plan for approval. The Child Care Stability Initiative includes, again, annual verification of eligibility. So they'll be presenting that information on an annual basis. The use of funds can be used for staff wages and operational overhead. The program itself does require livable wages for staff. We've found in the last 2 years that requiring that as a recipient of funding, we've seen higher retention rates of staff. So that's something that we feel like is important to continue as a requirement for receiving these funds. So we've gone over the priority grant program, which is that smaller specific funding, the Child Care Stability Initiative, which would also be that smaller specific funding opportunity. And then if a funding request comes through, either outside of the application window for the priority grants or just kind of doesn't fit into one of those buckets, we still have the opportunity to be reactive and flexible to the needs of our child care providers, and they can apply for assistance through the Child Care Assistance Program.
I don't know if you want me to hold questions till the end, or I just have a question in the child care stability. So
Yeah.
it's up to you. You're on a roll, so
Go
I
for
can
it.
wait. Okay. So on page 205 of our document, when I was reading about how the in-home care providers are eligible for $2,500 extra if they serve at least 2 children under 3. Is that other than their own children, or could they have the 2 children under 3 and get that amount?
I don't think I haven't thought of monitoring if the children in their care are their own. It falls under licensing that they can definitely have their own kids in their own care.
Right.
And so answering that on a whim, I don't think that we would say, no, you have the kids in your licensed childcare, 2 of them are yours, and therefore we're not going to give you that incentive. If they weren't in their own care, they would be looking for childcare somewhere else for them.
Okay, I was just curious when I read that. I'm just wanted
Something
to
I haven't thought of. Thank you for
throw
that.
that question out there. You know, I mean,
Home providers,
right.
oftentimes have their own kids in
it
in
is.
care.
I mean, that's why they're taking care of other children because they have their own, and so
Absolutely.
why pay child care when you can take care of your own? So, I think I'll save my others till after you're finished. Thank you.
Great. And for the public, what she's referring to is the extra incentive that home providers would receive for serving infants and toddlers. Yep. All right, like I said, the Child Care Assistance Program is kind of an open bucket. It's like us having personal savings accounts. So if there's a kind of an offhand need, we can look at reallocating funds for those one-off specific requests. For example, someone has a property that's available and it's available right now, and they come to us and they can leverage it with another grant. It's not within a normal application window, but it's definitely something that we would want to consider. This is different in that it would come to town staff to consider, and then it would be up to the town administrator to schedule putting this in front of the town board for approval.
Manager Banks, sorry to interrupt. I recalled that this was something from the previous version of Policy 225, but under Section 4 in the eligibility requirements, it does say that in order to be eligible, you have to provide care for at least 4 children who are unrelated to the caregiver. Is that a different section? A different?
That is what qualifies a child care provider as a licensed or non-exempt provider.
Okay, so I think it would be helpful if the town board wanted to weigh in on that so that we could make the necessary edit to the policy, if that's something you all want to consider making that an eligibility requirement that the children are not related to the caregiver.
Well, when I was reading through the information, I read that there was a qualification that they couldn't be related, but then further down, then they're getting funds, for, and it doesn't specify their kids or other kids. It was just a little muddy, I thought. So you may want to clean it up a little bit. I don't think it needs to have a lot of time spent on it. I think could be cleared up pretty easily.
If someone's providing care for more than 4 children who are unrelated, then they need to be a licensed provider. Otherwise, they're offering unlicensed child care.
Unlicensed, right. But in the unlicensed, they get $2,500 if they have at least 2 children under 3 years.
I'll clear that up under the
unlicensed. So, I see both points. I really do.
I need to have that consistent between the two.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, just a little clarity, I think.
And just as looking at surfacely, that's the first time I've kind of really realized that we're saying, I think to get the incentive, I don't think 2 need to be your own children. I think that you'd have to have 4 that are not related to the incentive. But I have to ask you this, if you have 2 that aren't related, and then you have your own 2, whatever, Does that make you have to be a licensed one if they're your own kids, or can you still be unlicensed because two of them are not your own kids? I mean, we don't know this answer, so that's okay.
I should know this answer.
Well,
My brain
if
is
you
full
don't,
of
that's
so much
okay.
right
I just
now.
think we need to clarify that because
Yeah.
I actually don't think you get paid to take care of your own kids. I just don't. And I don't
What
think
is
you get
it? Is
incentive to take care of your own kids.
Yeah. Will you come up, Angelina?
Okay, I just don't think you get incentive for taking care of your own kids.
No, and that's not what it should say.
Okay.
Will you?
Yes. So for licensed childcare, you're allowed to have 2 infants, and that includes your own. So if you have an infant and you're carrying, you can only care for one other infant. But it also drops you down to a capacity of 4. So you can't have 6 children anymore. If you have infants, you can only care for 4 children. So then that would decrease their revenue as well.
Okay, but if they're not infants, it doesn't count, right?
So as long as
Under 3.
So once they're past 12 months, then you can have 6 children again.
But
Okay,
up to
thank
3.
you.
The kids are up to 3 years old. Because what we're trying to incentivize is infants and toddlers.
No, I totally get it.
Yeah.
But I just don't think you get incentivized to
I get
watch
that.
your own kids. I just don't, that personally. So.
And
I mean, I understand what you're saying, they have to be watched by somebody, but I just don't think you get incentivized. I personally don't think you get incentivized to watch your own kids. So, but that's my piece.
Yep.
And that's where I was coming from when I was reading it. I'm like, wow, they get extra money for their own kids.
Yeah.
So but I can see it. Yeah.
Well, it would be very helpful for us to have clarity on what your desire as town board is tonight so that we don't have to bring this back. Because if we do cleanups, then we're having to bring the policy back to you for review and approval.
Okay, my thought is you don't get incentives for your own kids. That's my thought, but I'm gonna get a drink.
I would like to hear from other trustees on that. I'm with Marie.
I agree.
I think we can clean it up by saying the incentive is for providers who are licensed in providing care for, more than 4 kids that are unrelated.
Well, this is specifically in-home care providers. So it doesn't say licensed or not in the paragraph. It says
It says home providers are eligible for an additional $2,500 if they serve at least 2 children under 3 years old.
right, it doesn't say if they're licensed or not, though. Just says in-home.
It
So-
should be licensed.
So I think it needs to clarify what it is and that it needs to not
Licensed
be their
providers
own.
would be receiving the incentive.
Yes.
Yep. If they're exempt, they wouldn't be eligible for the incentive.
Okay.
Yep.
And that they can't be their own if they're licensed? Or are they going to be able to receive that incentive?
If they're licensed and they have a child, one of the children under 3 is their own child, I would say that it would be fine that they receive the incentive, but that would be, I'd pose that to the board.
They have to have 2 children under 3 to be able to receive the $2,500.
So they could have 6 kids,
Right.
and as long as there's 2 under the age of 3, then they could receive the incentive.
I would like to see it have other children.
Okay.
But that's my personal, instead of having an incentive to have your own.
I would
Watch
say.
your own. But I know, I've been there and done that.
If a home
so-
provider is providing those 4 other kids, 5 other kids with care, is it worth it that that person is home and providing that service when otherwise that child would be taking a spot at another location?
Trustee Hazel.
I think the paragraph that we're talking about, bless you, implies it's an infant and toddler care. Licensed providers that are eligible for the Child Care Stability Initiative may qualify for the infant and toddler care bonus. And then it goes on. So they have to be, so I think it's kind of a self-selecting process, right? If you're going to go and be a licensed provider and provide for this level, this number of children in your home, I mean, it's possible. My sisters-in-law have many kids. They have 5 and 6. But I think it's designed right to say, like, if you are a licensed at-home provider and you have one of those, or whatever, but you're also providing to these additional ones is what allows you to hit that, right?
Yeah, and I
license
think we
is
can
implied
clean
for
that up to provide that intention more clearly, yeah.
And just to be clear, now that you've explained, one of the other kids under 2 cannot be yours. Correct? And then you be taking care of 4 other non-related, then I don't mind one is yours. It just
Sure.
sounded when you first read it, that it was
Yeah.
like, if you take care of 4 kids and 2 of them are yours, you get this, I'm like, ah.
We can make that clear if that's the direction of the board.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if
I
it's
see.
like one, but if it's just like all of yours are getting the bonus, you know, so.
Okay. I'm seeing nods and, okay. Are we good to proceed with that? Okay. No, thank you.
So Mayor and Manager Bangs, we're all kind of looking at each other here and trying to figure out how this all fits together. And I think this might be what Deputy Town Administrator Dan Weber just said. But looking at the clean version of the draft policy on page 198 of the packet, on number 4 for eligibility requirements, there is a bullet that says that you must provide care for at least 4 children who are unrelated to the caregiver. So does that answer the question, since that's written into the policy? Is it already written in sufficiently to address the board's question? In other words, is this resolved and we don't need to make any changes?
And that's a blanket eligibility for anybody who receives funding, including in this Child Care Stability Fund and the income bonus that Cindy's specifically talking about.
That's how it's reading to me at the
Okay.
moment. Manager Bangs, is that correct?
Yeah, so that's the intention in the policy, and I think we need to clear it up within the program framework.
So, okay, and the board is really approving the policy
Right.
today, so it can be cleaned up in that descriptive document without needing to come back to the town board. Are we all on the same page? Okay, great.
I'm okay with that. Cindy?
I'm okay.
Thank you for catching that. All right, child care assistance application, like I said, would be kind of I'm sorry, Trustee Eigel, did you have a question?
I do have another language question if we're talking about language and the attorney's warmed up. The page number 184, there's some language in the second paragraph of number 2.
Sorry, did you say
184 in our packet. Number 2, red line copy, and the language is, are you ready? My question is about the word must versus may. 6E lodging tax funding must be granted. So do we have to fund the full fund, or it must be granted to eligible organizations? What does must control? And is may more appropriate? Does that
Trustee-
force it to be spent?
Trustee Eigel, my understanding is that the must relates to the word eligible, that it cannot be given to ineligible organizations.
Then that would be acceptable. Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The child care assistance program and the application for that is very similar to how we're conducting these funding requests now. It would also be utilized for tuition assistance programs and reviewed by town staff, who will provide the recommendation to the town board for consideration, again, as we do now. The allocation of 6E funds for tuition assistance, though, will be discussed and proposed during the annual 6E funding plan to the town board. So there won't be any large surprises similar to what we did this year and saying, all right, this is kind of the amount of funding that we want to allocate toward tuition assistance. This is the data and the reporting so that we can make the appropriate decisions for the following year. The funding requirements for tuition assistance include administering effectively and be accessible to families, equitable distribution of funds, qualitative and quantitative data reports annually. This is a change of date, no later than November 1st. We'll be flexible on that this year. And that's really so that we have time to do that impact report that we did this year, as well as annual program evaluation. General eligibility for all of this, as you noted, really hasn't changed too much. Key points, though: for-profit childcare providers, nonprofit organizations, libraries, museums, education institutions, or other governmental entities that offer eligible programs, services, or activities. For the eligibility criteria for entities that are providing direct services include providing care for children 0 to 13 years old. That's consistent, regular, ongoing, and aligns with working parent schedules. You'll notice in some of those program frameworks that we do change that to 0 to 5. We might focus some programs on early childhood, but we include up to 13 for a lot of our outer school programming. Again, provide care for at least 4 children who are unrelated to the caregiver, be in compliance with state and local health and safety requirements, provide a certificate of insurance. We'll have that annually and keep those on file on an annual basis. And then, of course, if they're licensed, they must be in good standing and meet the state of Colorado guidelines providing legally exempt care. Unlicensed. Sorry. Eligible expenditures, minimal changes under that one. Child care funding agreement, minimal changes. Reporting, minimal changes. Of course, we'll have a funding agreement with every distribution. Reporting is required for every recipient of funds. We have the flexibility to really hone in on what we request from that reporting for each program. Or each entity and milestones and stuff like that. So there's no direct impacts, but the updates will help inform future financial decisions and budget. I know a lot of you felt like we're just throwing money out there and there's not really any strategy. And while we had the end goal in mind, this is going to help us really look at where we're at in our funding and distribution and outcomes. We propose that the town board approve the revisions to the town policy, child care funding guidelines, and its exhibits, which are the applications.
Does any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I see one. Name, address, 3 minutes. Oh, okay, we retract that. Carry
She's eager
on.
for the next item.
Trustees, other comments or questions? Trustee Eigel.
Thank you for the presentation. I know we talked about this, but there's so much information. You are right. Tell me about the staff authority or process for spending $50,000. Is that a single decision maker? Is it a, because I want it to be also clear and shared with the public on how this process goes. We're changing from a $10,000 spending authority for these funds to a $50,000 spending authority. So when you say staff, that's always so confusing. Is it one person or a few people, or tell me about the process for approving a $50,000 expenditure.
Sure. So anything at that level is beyond me. So Deputy Town Administrator Jason Damweber would actually be the authority. When we're reviewing applications and actually making those decisions, it's typically been myself and Deputy Town Administrator Damweber. We propose that grant specialist Laura Blevins also be included. And then again, I think it'll just depend on each program and if we need to consult with outside entities on how we want to allocate those funds within the framework.
Okay, that answered my question, thanks.
Other questions or comments? Based on that, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the approval of the revisions to policy 225.
I'll second.
Trustee Youngland made the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Sinak seconded to approve resolution or revised policy 225. Any other discussion?
Just a comment, nice job incorporating all the feedback, because we kind of went around and around a little bit during the study session, so I think you did a nice job getting it all together. Thank you.
Thanks for saying so. Manager Banks worked really hard trying to get through all of this, and we really think that with the approval of this policy, our plane will pretty much be built. With the formalization of these different programs, we can distribute funding in a more methodical and systematic way. You all will only need to be involved when we need your involvement, or we want your involvement, or something is over that $50,000 threshold. So I think we're getting to where we hoped we would be a few years ago. It's pretty exciting.
We'll miss seeing you every week.
Oh, thanks.
Town clerk, we
You know where my
can,
office
we
is.
can vote, town clerk. Manager Bangs, the revised policy passes.
Great.
We're going to move on to item 3, Resolution 6225, contract with Early Childhood Council of Larimer County, ECCLC, for the administration of the Estes Valley Child Care Fund. We have received a tremendous amount of public input on this topic in a couple of different directions. I expect all of the trustees have read all of that. My anticipation is that this may not be a 10-minute session, but I think the way we'll set it up is to have you and Deputy Town Administrator, as appropriate, give the presentation on the ECCLC portion. We'll answer questions, the trustees can interact, and then we will have the opportunity for EVICs to make their parallel proposal. I think that's probably the most effective way to go at it. So, take it away.
Yeah, it's really great, and it's always exciting to see families turn out and advocate for childcare. And EVICS is a really great organization, and this is not a program that is replacing what they're doing right now. And so I wanted to make sure that that was really clear from the get-go. The intention is to continue funding the program that they're currently administering and doing well at serving our low-income families, especially, like I said, during this time where CCAP is frozen. So hopefully this answers some of the questions, some of the comments that came in. Might be clarified in the presentation, and I hope that the engagement continues. Again, tonight we're looking at considering a service agreement with the ECCLC. There's a few acronyms, so hopefully they don't get overlapped, but to refresh everybody's memory, last year, July last year, the town received funds from the Buell Grant to support cost modeling and launching of a new tuition assistance program. The board has since been directed staff through various updates and study sessions to continue the development and data gathering for this program. We're now a year out, and I'm eager to share with you a proposed path forward to implement this assistance program, and again, ask the board to consider an execution of an agreement with ECCLC to administer it. The creation of the Middle Income Tuition Assistance Program will allow for more affordable childcare for families, as well as provide an opportunity to reframe the childcare system within the Estes Valley. I know you've heard this before, but ultimately it will allow providers to increase tuition rates, which increases their revenue, and then therefore allows them to pay their staff higher wages. The development of a successful Middle Income Assistance Program is crucial to these outcomes. Upon receiving the Buell Grant for funding to support cost modeling and the development of the program, I began really researching what other communities were doing, how it evolved over time. We have a lot of long-term case studies in our state, as well as inventorying the existing resources available to the town of Estes Park. When really looking at the priorities for the program, focusing on the long-term strategy and outcomes that we want to see by administering a program like this, really what existed at Larimer Child Care Fund, which is operated by ECCLC, really rose to the top of what we would be looking at if we developed something on our own. Since then, it does continue to be the most cost-effective and appropriate path forward for us to meet the needs of our community. The town, in alignment with ECCLC, have the following goals for middle income tuition assistance. These are 2 goals that are already in place for the Larimer Child Care Fund to create a more equitable child care system in the Estes Valley through improved policies and increased access to child care assistance, and to improve the financial stability for underserved communities by offsetting the cost of middle income families. So again, these are the goals already for Larimer Child Care Fund. They already created a program that to meet these goals, just swap out the Estes Valley and put in Larimer County. The town's eager to accomplish these goals by building upon the work that ECCLC and United Way have already paved for tuition assistance distribution throughout the county when they established that program. By connecting to an existing program as proposed, the town will have a unique opportunity to utilize the existing technology, data, and systems that are required to provide quality assistance to the Estes Valley. The development of the fund removes the disconnect that I see currently existing between our rural community and regional organizations that provide assistance programs. By expanding the Larimer Child Care Fund to create an Estes-specific module, it connects us not only to ECCLC and United Way, but also the Colorado Shines, which is an existing program that our providers already have logins to. Our state licensing and Larimer Child Care Connect, which is a searchable database of child care providers throughout the county, as well as our Colorado Universal Preschool Program. The town's honored to have the opportunity to align ourselves with the work while also lifting up local organizations by continuing to fund EVIC's Family Resource Center's longstanding assistance program that would coordinate with what's being proposed this evening. What's being presented, again, is not replacing any program that currently serves our local families. The Child Care Fund, the Estes Valley Child Care Fund, is an additional program that increases the number of families who would be eligible for assistance in our community. The following slides will introduce the eligibility criteria and application process. I'm going to go through that kind of quickly, but it will also provide you with information about the administration, operation of the program, and costs associated with it. I think that's the meat of what we're looking at this evening. Hopefully it helps you make an informed decision about the direction you want to see for this program. The Larimer Child Care Fund was built on a platform called Bridge Care. And for the last few months, I've been meeting with them to learn about what they offer and how we can build off what ECCLC is administering with LCCF. And really figuring out how we can adapt that to serve the Estes Valley through our own application process. Bridge Care's mission is to provide high quality and affordable early care and education by creating a well-funded and well-functioning ECE system that always puts the needs of families and providers first. The platform comes highly recommended for tuition assistance because it lets government agencies and local organizations bundle modules together, essentially that braided funding that we've been talking about, creating a combination that best serves early childhood education providers and families, while also providing data allowing us to make informed decisions. Bridge Care transforms fragmented and siloed systems into one streamlined experience. After seeing what Bridge Care is capable of and how ECCLC has been administering LCCF and analyzing what changes need to occur to meet the needs of the Estes Valley families, the following program structure has been proposed. We worked with Brodsky Research and Consultants, as well as ECCLC, to develop a program that's structured to serve families who are working in the Estes Valley, per our 60 ballot language, and earning 80 to 110% AMI. The program would provide assistance so that households that fall within that income eligibility are not spending more than 10% of their monthly net income on childcare. The Estes Valley Child Care Fund would pay the difference between what a parent fee would be and what the provider's tuition is directly to the child care provider on a monthly basis. That's what we refer to as the award. It would be funded by using 60 lodging tax dollars. For the 2025-2026 program year, which would begin August this year, we would like to prioritize assistance to families that are already in care. We want to make sure that families that are already in care can get this assistance so that the providers can then again start increasing their tuition rates. So it's my recommendation that we require that children are already enrolled in care or will be by September 1st, 2025 in order to apply this fall. We require that the child must be under 5 and not yet enrolled in kindergarten to be eligible. Again, one parent must work within the Estes Valley as required by the 60 ballot language. And of course, the household must meet income eligibility. This is what that looks like. Following monthly income range qualify a household for the Estes Valley Child Care Fund. If a family makes less than the range that's shown here, they'd likely qualify for CCAP or can receive assistance through EVIC's Family Resource Center as it offers it now. So really, I might skip my story. I feel like you understand the financial impact and what 3 children under the age of 5 in childcare, that expense can be up to $3,200 a month. So if you're making 6 figures, which would qualify you if you're making $100,000, that's a third of your monthly income going toward childcare. So this obviously makes a huge impact on the affordability. We already looked at housing and what that looks like. To be able to keep those dollars in the pockets of our community members, obviously not only changes their ability to work, but also just the general economy and stability of our community. Quick overview of the application process. Again, the hope is that we would launch this program this fall. We see that enrollment in tuition assistance is highest in August because families are transitioning back to that school year schedule. We've gathered that data from a lot of the reporting that EVICS has done with the tuition assistance that they've been offering. Again, the first program year, our goal is to reach all eligible families that are currently enrolled in care. Pending approval of the program this evening, families would immediately be asked to fill out an interest form, which would allow us to begin pre-screening for eligibility. If eligible, families will receive an invitation to apply, and they would begin receiving assistance in August. Then annually, the families that are receiving funding would be reviewed on a first-come, first-served basis. Verifying eligibility would obviously be required yearly. Upon approval, the family copay is then calculated, and the child care provider has to sign an agreement to finalize that award. Once everything's processed, the family agreement is signed, and then they're considered enrolled for the full year. So they'd be enrolled this August. They'd be receiving assistance until July, the end of July 2026. Again, the family can then reapply for another year. All of this would be done through an online application, which can be accessed through various organizations, through linked online resources, websites, town websites, Crossroads, EVICS. It's accessible in that way. And while the town and dedicated staff person at ECCLC will be supporting the administration and communication with applicants, again, the online application and there's a parent portal available. So it's really accessible in that way. So there's a lot of things to consider when deciding what goes into the development of a program, but also how it's administered on the back end. The town's eager to create a program that we can grow into to meet our child care capacity goals. As you know, our capacity is very low right now, and so we're kind of starting at the bare minimum, which offers opportunity to be able to set up this foundation so that 7 years from now, when we're successfully serving 300 kids, we have those systems and processes already in place. We want braided funding for both private and public sources. We want a streamlined application that provides sophisticated technology and adaptability to our community's needs. Of course, as a steward to lodging tax dollars, a financial assistance program must be administered with transparency and trust while providing stable and sustainable assistance that families can rely on. Data tracking and a high level of policy development are also important to consider for the stewardship of these dollars, obviously as for both elected officials and constituents of the lodging tax district. Also including the cost efficiency of creating a platform as well as the ongoing administrative staff resources needed to keep it running smoothly. Really quickly, I know there's a lot of words on here, but some key communities that I looked at when kind of making this recommendation on how to proceed. Boulder, Colorado, how much of the program funds go to administering the program. They budget approximately $250,000 annually. They serve about 25 children and families. The administration cost is 25% of the total budget. And that also includes 2 part-time individuals that work to administer the program. Aspen, Colorado, they have a full program or a full department, including 1 manager position overseeing the entire assistance program with an additional administrative specialist. And of course, Breckenridge, we always look at Breckenridge. They offered their own tuition assistance program for the community for a really long time and recently moved into a county-wide program. They said they wouldn't hesitate to do it again. So really, why am I recommending collaborating with ECCLC? That's my job and my role is to look at our resources and really try to figure out what's the best use of these funds. We need to leverage our resources to the best of our ability. What's their biggest bang we can get for the buck? Again, I first inventoried the resources about a year ago and decided really if we were going to create something from scratch, it already existed. If we were going to, the program again connects to Colorado Shines and state licensing, making the searchability of childcare providers and use by providers really a lot easier, connects everybody on the back end, braided funding for private and public funds, increases accessibility for families who access resources from various organizations throughout the Estes Valley. Like I said, Crossroads, School District, EVICS, or even from other communities like Drake or Allens Park. Why create a new program when it already exists? By collaborating with ECCLC, we really have an amazing opportunity to tap into expertise of not only their staff who've been consistently administering the program for years, but also that of Bridge Care, who provides this service across the country in various communities who are all unique. I've heard a lot of times, you know, Estes is the stepchild of Larimer County, or we don't receive enough support here. Well, ECCLC responded to my request to help out with, heck yeah, what can we do? And they've been really generous in providing an opportunity to jump in on something at the fraction of the cost. Again, the experience with ECCLC and Bridge Care has been great. Learning about the program, it's also provided different ideas that I might not have thought of otherwise. Feel optimistic about what we can do moving forward, bringing new strategies to help us meet our goals as we adapt. Again, this program, I think, will offer technology and assistance that will grow seamlessly with our long-term strategy to increase childcare capacity in the Estes Valley. We're not going to outgrow this program by increasing capacity in the next 10 years. The collaboration has us poised for additional collaborative opportunities as well. The initial investment quickly pays off. So going into the projected budget, of course, there will be a pivot point moving forward where we can kind of decide how we want to expand the program next year. But really looking at this year, 2025, 2026, we have the total budget would be $160,000. But that's keeping in mind that we are utilizing some of those Buell grant funds to pay for some of the administrative fees and building and that initial Bridge Care fee. On an annual basis, we have $9,000 that's owed to Bridge Care. And that goes into the future. So every year, regardless of how much money we put into it, we'll owe Bridge Care $9,000 for having that specific Estes Park application module process. However many $60 we put in for the awards, for example, $150,000, we will owe ECCLC 10% administrative fee. So these first years, while our awards are small, will be some of the highest overall administrative fee. So again, when we're looking at the options and moving forward, we could keep our awards the same for the next program year, or we can increase it if we start seeing some key metrics that I think would be better for another presentation if we go in this direction. But we could increase, like I said, the awards up to $200,000. Again, the Bridge Care fee would remain $9,000, and then that 10% fee to ECCLC. This is what that looks like in an administrative percentage. Again, it's pretty typical to have a administrative fee in programs like this to be between 10 and 15%. Like I said, Boulder County, they said 25% of their budget goes toward administrative costs. We're looking at 15%, 14%, and then again, as we start looking at higher awards, it gets down to 11%. So as far as recipients, children served, we're really looking at 10 to 20 kids eligible for assistance this fall. And that's based on some of the cost modeling that demonstrates that a lot of the children that are already in care are already receiving assistance through EVICS, as well as the universal preschool program at Park Place Preschool. So it's really likely that only a percentage of the families that are in care will receive service or will receive assistance. However, of the total population within our community, 70% of the nearly 500 kids fall within this middle income bracket. So again, as we increase capacity, more and more kids are going to be dependent or eligible for this middle income program. To reiterate, our goals for developing this program is to create a more equitable childcare system in the Estes Valley and really improve financial stability of underserved communities. I feel confident in my recommendation to develop the Estes Valley Child Care Fund under the Bridge Care platform with administrative support from ECCLC. Grateful for the receptiveness and support that I've received from the organization as we begin working together on this project, and I'm eager to see how this program will support the long-term growth and stability of the Estes Valley child care infrastructure. Again, $160,000 expended from the 60 Lodging Tax Fund. This includes that $50,000 that we allocated for this last quarter in previous conversations that we've had. And then again, we have the $50,000 expended from the Buell Foundation local financing for early childhood grant. It's my recommendation to approve Resolution 6225 to execute the contract with ECCLC. And I think that's my presentation if you have any questions.
I'm going to need a motion to extend past 10 p.m.
So moved, Mayor.
I'm going to need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
We really should pursue this and get through this topic. Folks, can we take a vote?
Don't even look at me.
All right.
Marie?
The motion passed unanimously. That might be a first. Because of the dual presentations that we're going through, let's first entertain specific questions from the trustees to Manager Bangs. And then we will move to some public comment opportunity, though I'll have a caveat on that. Trustee Brown.
Thank you. I'm interested in this terminology, braided funding. I think that's a great term, by the way. You know, my understanding is that there's a either state or county program that has provided lots of funding for this that is frozen right now. Yep. I can't remember the acronym for it. It's got some acronym.
CCAP.
And of course, the county is thinking about maybe putting a ballot initiative on a sales tax ballot initiative to fund childcare funding. So it seems to me that if those things happen, that may be where Bridge Care comes in importantly, because it would combine those things. But right now, we're not going to be combining with anything, right?
Correct.
But at some point, it would be combined and would facilitate, you know, I guess, a broader scope of applications, right?
Yeah, so the CCAP, the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, has different income eligibility. So if a family is applying for assistance, it would either qualify for CCAP or qualify for this program. So that probably wouldn't overlap. The countywide ballot initiative, part of the framework that they propose using those funds for would be middle income tuition assistance.
Okay.
Again, ECCLC is looking to administer those funds for that purpose, and that would be executed under, administered under the Bridge Care platform, like the other county programs are now.
And, okay, and so there would be, that would definitely go through Bridge Care.
Yep. Ideally, this program would roll into that and it may
kinda
become
combine it.
obsolete.
And no matter where we go with this, only kids in the Estes Valley School District will be eligible.
The ballot language 6E funds would
Right.
only be used for children whose
Yeah.
parents work in the Estes
Right, right,
Valley.
right. So regardless of whether EVIX does it or ECCLC, it'll still be the same people that are receiving the funding.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Uigel.
Manager Banks, you mentioned Bridge Care had an online application and customer service is my impression. Is it all online or is there any human contact or do you go in and talk to them or how's it work?
So Early Childhood Council of Larimer County operates out of Fort Collins. They have staff that come up here for various things, but they do not have an in-person office up here. The application's available online, so families could fill out the application and seek support through the channels they do already. So if they're at Crossroads filling out applications for housing or food, and they say, oh, you might be eligible for one of these programs, they could apply there as well. The administration team includes Maribel, who has been administering the LCCF program under ECCLC for the last few years. She's taking on the in-person customer service, so calls, emails would be directed to her if you were to contact somebody. And of course, I'm
I will
available.
not be calling her.
You won't call Maribel.
No,
She's
my
great.
children are finally older. So I get a sense that there is the potential that EVIX is an organization that could have provided a similar service. And so their absence from your proposal makes, I wish there was a comparison chart here to say, because I have an idea of what Bridge Care will cost, I assume there will be more information available, but I wonder why they're not part of the presentation for us to evaluate our choices as we settle on a provider for this service.
Yeah, so the action item before you tonight is the ECCLC contract. And so EVIX was included in the presentation as a supportive organization, an organization where families go now to fill out CCAP applications and could work with a family advocate to fill out this application as well. As far as comparing their program to what I'm proposing here, we don't have, they have a proposal that they'll be sharing later.
Okay, I don't want to steal that. I'll listen to that, and then I have more questions. Thank you very much.
I'll open it for public comment, but I'll make a comment or two on this. We've received a tremendous amount of written input through emails and letters. All of the trustees have received that information. All of you could read that in the public packet too. Much of it has been duplicative, making similar points. I would rather not use the precious time here tonight to restate the same arguments that we've heard many times. But I will open it to public comment with the normal 3-minute time limit. I will also make one other prefacing comment. In all of those that I read that favored EVIX, there are opening comments about the wonderful work, glowing comments about the wonderful work that EVIX does. I completely agree with all of that. I've been a very strong advocate in my 13 months here for EVIX. And in fact, when we gave them their funding for 2025 this year, it was vastly less contentious than a year ago when I started on this board. It was a 7-0 vote in favor of the highest amount of money we've granted to EVICS. They do great work. The stuff that they get for those lower income and the work that they do for those families and those children is awesome. So I agree with all of those comments that you've made. Are there public comments to be made at this point?
Mr. Mayor, are we done with trustee comments, or we're going to save those for later?
No, there will be plenty of opportunity for
We'll do that
trustee
later.
comments. Come on up. Name, address, and 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening. My name is Logan Kirk. Live at 547 Birch, not too far from here. So I'm a father, I'm a business owner, and I'm a proud member of this community. My wife and I work both more than full-time. I run a rafting and a rental company here in town. And like many other business owners in this town, we're still considered low income. We work hard, but we struggle just like the families that we serve. Okay, we're not alone in this, and you guys have heard that. For the last 4 years, my family has relied on the Family Resource Center, EVICS, for support for diapers, wipes, childcare. Now, those might sound like small to some, but when you're raising a family, trying to run a business in one of the most expensive towns in Colorado, those things are lifelines. Okay, EVICS has kept us afloat, and we're just one of many families who depend on this program to keep working, keep living, and keep contributing to this town. Now, I want to be really clear on this, that EVICS is not just one of several options. It seems like EVICS is the only family resource organization in Estes Park. And they don't just show up, they deliver for us. They've got a long-standing track record of administering these public funds responsibly. They manage the 60 funds, they're saying with zero administrative fees is what they're going to be offering. Okay, that's right, zero. So that's not just efficient. I see a lot of integrity in there. And when it comes to childcare in this town, 100% of the providers in town already work with EVICS. Okay, the system is already in place and it's working. So why are we talking about building something new? Why would we duplicate a program that's already doing the job and doing it well? Because I'm going to be honest with you, it makes me uncomfortable to see the town moving in that direction. It's not efficient, it's not necessary, and it's not a smart use of taxpayer money. Creating a new department, it means more overhead, more staffing, more spending. That's not solving the problem. That's just growing government. Meanwhile, EVICS is already here and solving the problem every day for families like mine, families like yours. They serve families of all cultures, all backgrounds, all income levels. They're already woven into the fabric of this town. They're doing the hard work so that the town doesn't have to do it. Go ahead, sir. Oh, I'm almost done. Supporting EVICS doesn't just help people, it saves the town money. No need to build something from scratch, no need to expand bureaucracy, no need to duplicate what already works. And we all know Estes Park is growing, but the solution to growth isn't always more government. Sometimes the answer is to support what's already working. EVICS has my trust. They don't need to be replaced. They need to be funded. They need to be backed. This isn't charity. There already are infrastructure. This is survival for our working families, and it's stability for our local economy. So I'm asking you guys, don't turn away from EVICS. Don't go with this new program. Stand behind them. Stand with the hardworking families of this valley. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Carol Myers. I live at 1208 Rambling Drive. I just have, I think, 2 comments and maybe a question. When you presented your presentation, you said, or I saw it up on the screen, that ECCLC would reduce duplication services. So I didn't quite understand that because there would be 2 separate services here in Estes. And my second observation was that the phrase more equitable child care, and I don't understand what that means. What is more equitable? And my third comment would be, or well, I guess this is a question too, why is it an advantage to have a separate agency that is based on a different income status? What is the point of that? To me, it looks like an artificial separation that has some implications of being divisive culturally. I don't understand, I just don't understand the rationale. So that's what I wanted to comment on.
Thank you, Carol. Other comments? Might have to pull that down a little.
Louise Olson, 450 Pioneer Lane. But I'm reading something from Martha Monhay. She asked me to do that. She's a good friend. And I don't want to repeat the whole thing because it's fairly long and you've said time is of the essence right now. But I do want to ask you this because it wasn't mentioned by the gentleman who started. If you decide to go with ECCLC, will EBIX receive the funds for low-income families anyway? And can I represent myself now? I just gave you my name, so I won't repeat that. I have a disturbing reality that has faced me for a long time. When we were trying to get a lunch program for the summer for our school kids a few years back, and the Girls and Boys Club helped us a lot with that, and the school did too. I was one of the people who went from house to house, or apartment to apartment, I guess I should say, to ask parents if they wanted to be part of the program. And oftentimes when I knocked at the door of apartments, a child would answer the door, maybe 8 or 9 or 10 years old, and that child was alone with no adult supervision, taking care of younger siblings or other children, I don't know. But that, to me, was a very disturbing reality. And I wonder if we have any way of tracking to see if our town still has a lot of that problem. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good night. My name is Maricruz Ortiz, and my family and I were proud to live and work here in Estes Park. I've been providing childcare for 11 years now, and that time I've been served for many children and supported many families, and now I have a long waiting list. And that speaks to the trust families have placed in me and in other licensed exempt providers like me. Most of these families are hardworking members of our community: teachers, small business owners, and health workers. People who often fall in the middle. They don't qualify for government helps, but still struggle to afford care. For them, options matters, flexibility matters, and relationships matter. EBIX has always understood this. They never may feel less, the families less for choosing a licensed exempt. They see us, they support us. They know that in a small town like ours, we need all kind of cares, licensed and licensed exempt, to meet all the real needs of the families. But under the current proposal being considered, families will no longer be allowed to choose a licensed exempt provider and still receive tuition assistance. That means parents who rely on someone like me, they will be forced to lose their childcare or lose the financial help they need. And that's not fair. That's not supportive. And it takes away the rights, takes away the parents' rights to choose what is best for their own child. We already face a childcare shortage in Estes Park, and this proposal will will be making even harder for families to keep hold to the care they found and trust already. So EVIX is doing the work. They've earned the trust to the families and providers, and they know this community, they understand the realities we face. Please keep this program local. Approve EVIX as administrator. Let's protect access and parents' choices, and continue to support all families and providers who are like helping raise the next generation here in Estes Park. And so sorry, my English is not the best. I hope everyone's understand this. Thank you.
Mayor, your mic's off.
Ruth, you have the opportunity to present the EVIX parallel presentation. At which point we will have trustee comments and questions, which will cover both.
Sorry to have it set up.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I got it. Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Ruth Miller. I'm the Executive Director of EVIX Family Resource Center, and thank you so much for the opportunity that you are giving us to present our proposal. And I would like to introduce you to Sarah Smith. She's our child care resource specialist, and she's going to be presenting our proposal tonight.
Good evening, honored trustees, people of Estes Park. Thanks for your patience. My name is Sarah Schmidt. As Ruth said, I have a brief history in the Navy and as a manager of a mission in the Dominican Republic. It's just like quick background on me. I also, up until recently, was a high school teacher, math and science here in town. Just this past year, I have been chasing around my 3 small sons. I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 1-year-old. So please pray for us. Now, I'm addressing you here today as a part of a conversation of the Tuition Assistance Middle Income Program for Estes Valley. We just want to be part of the conversation here. For over a year now, the town staff has researched and created a comprehensive cost model for the future of child care in our town with the express goals, which are really good goals, of provider staff retention, accessibility for all families, and sustainability of the program. We love this. EVIX is ready to partner with town staff to move forward with this powerful data. We're very excited. For your consideration, I'd like to outline my case for EVIX. A lot of the wonderful people who just came up kind of stole my thunder, but here are my 4 points that I'd like to outline for you guys. The first is we partner with both licensed and license-exempt providers in Estes Park and in the Estes Valley. This gives us more openings, more positions that we can place children into with tuition assistance in the middle income. We already partner with these providers for low-income assistance that we provide. We are just trying to extend our annual median income, our AMI percentage, up from 80%, that's our top right now that we can provide, otherwise they don't qualify for our help, up to 110% to include the middle income class. We won't have any additional startup or administrative costs that we will charge from the 60 taxpayer dollars. That is because we already earn our salaries, our utility costs. Those will come from other grants and other resources that we solicit because Ruth's really good at her job. Families can apply anytime during the year, which is really good for a dynamic economy that we experience here in Estes Park. We are already serving up to the 80% AMI. We just want the authority and the funding to extend that up. We can implement immediately this program. We don't have to wait until the fall. Here's some real quick detail on the more availabilities point that I pointed out. On your left, there's a pie chart. It says licensed and exempt. The licensed are places we can place children, be them used. Right now, they're mostly full, right? There's only one open one, as you can see on the right. But those are licensed care openings, or we call them slots, that are existing in the Estes Valley. The stuff in green, those are license exempt. So like Maracuse came up to talk to everyone. Those are childcare providers that only we can partner with right now. Bridge Care does not have the capability to partner and contract with license exempt providers. They need a license number in order to do that. We are having great news to share that we have new licensed positions opening up in the fall because one of our providers is getting a facility. And we also have new license exempt positions opening up because we are having a new license exempt provider opening up business, which is really exciting. We have the advantage of operating near the heart of the community, so we know when providers are opening, and because they come in and tell us. They know that we can help them get clients, and we partner very closely with these people. It's important to note also, infant care, there's currently only 6 licensed slots for infants in Estes Valley. It's not much more, but EVIX can actually access 4 more as of this fall. We have 2 that already exist and 2 more that are opening up in the fall, some of those new exempt ones that you see up on the pie chart. Now about the money. All 6E funding granted to EVIX will be put toward actual tuition assistance. Like I said before, our finances and the way we manage them, we have all of our other salary, utility, other expenses provided from grants and other things that we solicit that are outside of 6E taxpayer dollars. We're not going to charge any sort of investment fee for starting a new app or a new program because we already have one that works and can easily be scaled to meet the rising caseload need. We have 3 staff members, which are trained and capable of handling tuition assistance cases. I'm the main person who does it. However, if I'm out of town or if I'm sick or my kid is sick, we have Angelina Kirkpatrick, who's our program manager, and our director, Ruth Miller, can also field these questions when they come in if somebody walks into the office and has a question about tuition assistance. Rolling application, ECCLC's platform, has one open application window. It's about a month, or there's at least a deadline to apply for the school year, right? Normally this is fine for middle income households because they have very stable annual salaries that don't change. We have a rolling application program because lower income families sometimes change from month to month what their employment situations look like and what their income situations look like. I will say that Estes Park has a dynamic economy, busy season, quiet season. Sometimes a family might be low income. They might fall below the 80 AMI benchmark, and sometimes they might come above during busy season when they get more hours, right? And so having that fluid ability to just service that family regardless of where they fall on that boundary helps us help them. Additionally, we have people coming into town, police officers, nurses, park rangers, teachers, who all probably would qualify as middle-income families, but they might move in during a time when it's not open for them to apply for childcare. And so us being able to provide that childcare immediately when they need it will greatly serve that stability of those professions as well in our town. We have a passionate and skilled staff, I think you know, and we are ready to meet the diverse needs of local families. Over the last 2 years, we've moved from a paper-based application system that was like rooted in manual entry into Excel spreadsheets, right, into a fully digitized, clearly reported system. We have shown that we can respond to feedback. What this means is that we've changed the way that we do things to make us more reliable, and I think that maybe that's why we weren't part of this conversation in the beginning, but we would like to make sure everybody knows that we would like to be part of the conversation now. So, no matter the decision today, EVIX continues to serve low-income families. We continue to integrate our available resources and our partners. We continue to work with licensed exempt providers. We continue to track and report our finances. However, we are prepared to implement the $50,000 6E funds immediately, and we are ready to scale to meet the projected caseload increase, as I've said before. We already encourage community members to become providers. We encourage providers to increase their daily rates because we know that's part of how they're going to become more stable. And this fall, we anticipate 31 new slots, as you saw in the little pie charts that I showed you guys earlier. And 9 are a direct result of our mentorship and support of just families that come in and talk to us and it's like, you can do this, you can be a provider. The town's modeling anticipates more middle-income children needing assistance by 2030, and we're already scaling our capacity to try to meet that growth. So here's your side-by-side comparison. To summarize, the little equal signs that you might see there at the bottom, this is just where we meet the same things that ECCLC can do. It's going to cost the same per child no matter who you pick, right? It's going to align with the town's strategic planning no matter who you pick. The difference is how much we're going to cost as far as our administrative fees. This is specific to 60 tax dollars. How much we have available to partner with our tuition assistance, when families can apply, and currently we are capable, we don't need to build a new program for this. More specifically, under the same tuition assistance needs, here's what EVIX and ECCLC will look like next to each other in the next maybe 4 years. I'm just going to give you guys a second to look at that because I think the numbers speak for themselves. Green is EVIX, also, in case you were wondering. I don't think it was labeled there, but the green is EVIX, blue is ECCLC. Okay, I'm almost done with the numbers, I promise. Final comparison. Take a look at these totals here. This is, again, projected for the next couple of years. Note here that the Buell grant is not 6E funding, but it's included here to highlight expenditures that we are already earmarking for ECCLC. This is per the town staff recommended budget. I think it was attachment 4 where we got these numbers. So here's the good news. No matter what, 6E funding is expanding to help middle-income families of Estes Park with childcare costs. That's awesome. Good job, us. Though we believe EVIX is the best option, we are excited to be a partner in whatever capacity we can, as decided by the board tonight. This brings us to our request before the town board this evening. We understand the town staff have prepared a recommendation to use ECCLC as an administrator for the middle income program. ECCLC is full of wonderful, capable staff who have already done so much to help EVIX and the families of Estes Park. They're going to do a great job if you guys pick them. However, EVIX exists to serve the Estes Valley. This is our community, and our mission is rooted in doing the most good for our neighbors. Based on our logistics, our capacity, and our alignment with strategic planning, we honestly believe we are the better, more efficient choice. We respectfully ask the town board to amend or substitute the motion currently under consideration and instead vote to award EVIX the funding and authority to implement and manage the middle income tuition assistance program for the Estes Valley. I have made my case. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Between you and Carly, I want you to do all the presentations because you guys rock it along.
My baby's going to wake me up at 4.
We're going to have and you can take a seat, we're going to have the trustees bring up questions and comments, but I have 2 to phrase. First, it'd be good for Manager Bangs or Deputy Town Administrator Damweber to state why, with that delta of dollars, you think ECCLC is a better option and make any corrections that you need to. And the second item, the second question I want to pose, because I've had many discussions on this, is the potential of a Larimer-wide sales tax addition that some of which would, I think, be provided to child care tuition, and Estes would be eligible for that if that comes around, which would mean there would be an additional funding source. But first, I think tackling that, why are you advocating a program that has that dollar delta? There must be reasons.
Yeah, definitely. I think, first of all, EVIX has been super responsive to a lot of the questions and data gathering that we've requested in the last year, and where they were last year and the development of the systems and where they are now is very night and day. Can they operate a program like this? Yes. Can they do it to the caliber that Bridge Care offers with the connectivity to these other systems and programs? No, not at this time. I think the only way they could do that is if they were operating with Bridge Care. That's what connects them to those other sources. That being said, there is an administrative fee, and there is a fee that would go to Bridge Care on an annual basis. There's administrative costs, and there's been costs to get them to where they are in the last year. They're just not charging us those costs. And so, where they're at now, they have the capacity with the staff they have and the systems that they have now. I feel confident that Bridge Care and ECCLC administering this program has the capacity to serve where we'll be 10 years from now. Again, I think that what EVIX is doing now with the programming and how they're presenting or how they're performing with the assistants now is exceptional. And it's definitely not they're not capable. It's this is the best resource available to us. And that's why my recommendation has consistently been where it's at with ECCLC and Bridge Care, even with those costs for administering the program.
Can someone speak to the potential of Larimer sales tax slice? Is that something I dreamt?
It's they've had a educational campaign, Drive by 5, for the last few years, and they've been looking at a sales tax countywide. ECCLC has been doing polling and looking at what those funds could be used for and what kind of revenue that would bring into the county. One of the things that they would like to use that sales tax revenue for would be a middle income tuition assistance program. That's
But
the
there's
long-term.
no time frame or anything.
That's the long-term
necessarily.
strategy that we want to be aligned to. And so knowing that that's the county goal is to use sales tax funds to have a program, for us to be, jumping on board with that now on that program, just makes sense for us long-term. And
Correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Bangs, but it's my understanding that were that ballot measure to pass, ECCLC would be the administrator of those funds, and they would be using Bridge Care to administer those funds. So that's, when we talk about braided funding sources, that's an opportunity where Bridge Care comes in. As Manager Bangs alluded to earlier, if that sales tax, if that ballot measure were to go before the people and it passed, it could render this program obsolete. We wouldn't need to inject 6E funding into it because we would be getting that funding directly through the county and ECCLC.
Well, we'll see what the future holds. Trustee Lancaster.
Can you elaborate some on you mentioned that the Bridge Care, and what EVIX can do from a platform standpoint. Not all platforms are equal. We all understand that. So can you elaborate more on that? What do you perceive Bridge Care providing that EVIX isn't capable of providing currently with their software program?
I think, well, I'm not super familiar with the program that they're utilizing. It's Monday. It's a database program. It's great. That's what we use for the housing authority verification and all that. The big difference is the connectivity that Bridge Care has to Colorado state licensing, Colorado Shines. It's a platform that families can log into and access, and again, just like the back end data connectivity, the verification of the child's enrollment is done through state licensing directly when they apply through Bridge Care, versus the manual. The application and the processes and systems might be more technological, but it still takes a person to go into state licensing to double check what information's coming in on the application. If that makes sense.
Can you address the 2 points I made that were kind of strong there, was not the exempt. I really like that word, licensed exempt instead of non-licensed. Non-licensed just sounds wrong. So I'm going to make sure I use that licensed exempt childcare facilities, and then also the rolling applications.
Yep. When it comes to licensing, and that's a policy conversation, right? How do we want to prioritize the use of 6E funds? It's my recommendation that we really prioritize the use of funds with children who are at licensed providers at this time. That doesn't mean that other assistance programs, EVICs, couldn't support non-exempt families. I think there's proposal, and again, proposals that could exist and collaboration so that, different opportunities are available depending on where they're at. It is, like I said, it's my recommendation that we're prioritizing this assistance program for licensed providers.
I don't want to dominate here, but I have a bunch of questions, if that's okay. Do we have, on our other programs, do we limit it to licensed facilities too? I mean, the low income and?
Not necessarily.
We don't, okay. And I guess it's really a question more for town administrator. Kind of a nerdy policy question, but if there are multiple providers of a service, is this a sole source purchase, or did we solicit proposals, or did we look at other things, and why it doesn't seem to fit with our normal purchasing
This is a
procedures?
professional services contract, which does not fall into a bid process. We would not typically go out to bid for a program like this. That does not prevent the board from considering alternate proposals. I will note for the record that the full proposal that you've received tonight, it has not been in the queue as long as staff has been working on the bridge care elements. So there's certainly a lot to consider tonight, but to think that staff has been developing these and considering these in parallel would not be an accurate reflection of how this has evolved.
Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I'm curious, if there were a non-Estes Park program providing middle income assistance, but eligible, where Estes Park residents would be eligible, I presume that would almost surely go through bridge care to do that. Well, what complexities, if any, are there between having a bridge care middle income program and a non-bridge care middle income program? Would those conflict in some way, or would we move the money elsewhere? I'm trying to understand. And a second part of it is the connectivity to the other. I understand the licensure verification, that's easier for sure, but what other connectivity issues would be promoted by your proposal?
Again, the universal preschool program, so children that are enrolled in universal preschool, that's offered on bridge care, through bridge care as well. The child care, Larimer Child Care Connect, which is the database that families can go on and search for providers.
Okay.
It's all interconnected data in the back end. So we're not having to create data sets or keep data sets updated so that they're connecting properly. It's already all back there. So when the new provider becomes licensed through the state, it automatically connects with their Larimer County directory. It automatically connects with residents of the Estes Valley, if that provider is in the Estes Valley. All of that stuff is automatically occurring rather than depending on people power to make sure that all of that data is updated.
Okay. The other question I've got is related to accountability. We send out all this money, but we want to make sure it's being spent appropriately. And what measures of accountability are present in ECCLC compared to EVICs?
Sure. I think that our work with EVICs has definitely evolved in the last 2 years. I think and that's been discussed as far as we're both learning what it looks like and, requesting the report before we issue funds for the following year, making sure we understand the data that's coming in and we're making, data-focused decisions. I think that they're taxpayer dollars, so regardless of if they're distributed in a $10,000 grant or $200,000 for low-income tuition assistance, there's a high level of accountability, and I take that really seriously, and I think that all of our recipients of funds do as well. I think that ECCLC is a robust organization that has been doing this for a while, is very stable, and I think would have a high level of, accountability in receiving these funds.
Do you have any concerns that you wouldn't be able to get the right reporting out of EVIX that you want?
I think that we've been able to communicate to get to a point where I feel
That's not an issue.
comfortable with what I'm receiving.
Okay, thank you.
I think that Bridge Care, again, I haven't seen reports from EVIX to this point with the processes that they have in place, but what I've seen from reports of Bridge Care from the last few years with the LCCF, it's very detailed and it's quick to just process that data and provide those reports.
Trustee Youngland.
So one of my concerns, is past history with EVIX. They have stepped up their game and they're doing much, much better, which is awesome. When you mention that they wouldn't charge and all the administrative costs are with grants, I'm a little concerned, well, what if the grants don't come through? Are they going to be coming back to us going, we don't have administrative, I need this money for the administrative? That's a little worrisome to me. If they already have the staff, and they don't need additional staff, then I'm wondering, that kind of tells me maybe you have excess staff right now. So those are the two questions that I have of EVIX. And then I would like to have the rolling in enrollments addressed.
I wrote that down, I missed that.
Yeah. So if you want to do that, and then
Okay,
maybe Root
I'll
can
turn it
come
over.
up and those two concerns.
Yep. This year, this first year, we really are focused on making sure that everyone that's currently enrolled in care is going to receive that. And so having that application window and really focusing that launch, again, we would be focused on that as soon as the vote tonight to get that eligibility focused on, or pre-screened. And then moving forward, we'll see how many families are we losing throughout the year by not having a ongoing application. To have one application window is really responsive to a lot of our providers and being able to just have consistent, I know this family is going to be funded for the next year as a family receiving assistance, similar to the universal, the UPK program. It's one application and I'm on it for the next year. So we're moving forward based on a lot of that recommendation that we heard from our Brodsky Consulting, who's done this for Denver preschool program, ECCLC, what they've seen, and then we have the ability to pivot if we feel like we're really losing a lot of families. Again, collaborating with EVIX and getting that data and understanding that will help us make those decisions moving forward.
So that isn't a hard, fast, this was just a suggestion from the consultant to do a one-time enrollment window.
I also agree that I think we should really focus on trying to get everybody enrolled right in the beginning and just understanding the consistency again from the providers too. So while it's a recommendation, I also agree with that.
Okay, thanks. And Root, if you would address my questions.
I will address yours first, and thank you for that honesty and for saying it. We have done a lot of work. We have demonstrated that we are responsible and that we take feedback very seriously because that's what we want to do. We want to serve our community with excellence. We want to be a good steward of the funding that we received and take care of our community. In regards to the administrative costs, that's my work. I need to make sure that my organization is healthy financially and that I have my staff covered. ECCLC or any other nonprofit organization, that's the same thing. We depend on grants, we depend on fundraising, we do gala. Same. So if one grant doesn't come through, there is going to be another grant. I'm very, very grateful and excited for the new connections I've made throughout this year. Very great opportunities EVIX is having right now, and we are in a very, very good financial position. So I am not worried about that. And so that's our part in this, I will say, work together with the town, because I'm bringing funding from out of town into the community to take care of the administrative costs, so we can make sure that 6E funding goes directly to families. That's what we voted for that funding for. And so, so that was one, and I hope I'm answering your question in that regard. Can I also address a few of the concerns that was brought up in terms of the sales tax? A couple phone calls. And one of the things that I understood about the sales tax that they are lobbying for, if that is approved and the funding is there, we are going to access that funding anyways. When LCCF was founded in 2022, it was administered by United Way at that time. And we were very excited for that opportunity. So what we did was we helped families to apply for that LCCF. And our approach is similar to what we do with CCAP. We now have a CCAP first policy, meaning that families apply with, our system is amazing. They screen families in terms of where they are at in the AMI and what other assistance they can qualify for. So if they qualify for CCAP and they are in the application process, they can access EVIX, our tuition assistance here locally, until they are approved. Then they move to CCAP, similar to LCCF. That's what we did in 2022. They were for a while in our assistance, and then they moved to LCCF. So that's, I think it's very important to understand how these programs work, and we work with them. The only reason we are not accessing those funding right now in LCCF is because they don't have the funding right now. And if they go, if the sales tax is approved and they administer, that funding is going to be available for Estes Park. We can access that, regardless of a platform or no platform. It's going to be available for the whole county. And to me, my opinion, my recommendation would be like, how can we utilize resources effectively? That was one. And then the bridge care capability or connectivity, sorry. Bridge care, only one of the things that I think is very important to really understand, they can only contract license. Let's say there are 5 families that are in the middle income threshold, and there are 5 spots, let's say there are 2 spots in license providers and 3 license exempt. So only 2 of those families will access this program if this is approved. What is going to happen with the other 3 families that want to utilize and license exempt, or regardless of there is funding or not, there is no spot? Like, I want all of us to think about that in terms of the connectivity and the screening process too. We easily can see in the system who will qualify for CCAP, who will qualify for UPK. Obviously, UPK, Universal Preschool, has its criteria. We do. That was that. And then in terms of the report, I think we need to address these two in terms of the report. If you ask me specifically, clearly, the type of reports that you want to see, I can provide that for you. So I don't think that's going to be any issue with EVIX providing that. So I believe those are the points that I wanted to bring up and clarify for your consideration, for you to think about those also, those the aspect of that. And honestly, for us, this is not, it is not complex. I mean, we've been doing tuition assistance for 20 years. Yes, we were serving the low income, and the reason why was because there was not a funding available for increasing eligibility. So
I just have one more question, and that's why I kept the mic. Kind of back to what Administrator Mahalik said. Why didn't you come to the table when all this work was started? I mean, it wasn't a secret that, you know, the Buell grant was there and what the work was being done. So if you can.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. I did ask, I did talk, I asked to be considered. I was a part of meetings. So I don't know why we were not invited to be a part of it.
Yeah, we all, ECCLC, EVIX, United Way even, we had these conversations for at least a year. In discussing, because we knew that tuition assistance was going to be an essential strategy in addressing childcare issues in the community. We got to a certain point where I was really intrigued by what Bridge Care offered and for the reasons that were presented this evening. And EVIX is not interested in utilizing Bridge Care and expressed that at the time. And so that's kind of where we split in the direction, and my recommendation continued in partnering with ECCLC. And EVIX expressed, and you've heard in various meetings, that they would be interested in providing middle income tuition assistance. Again, their processes and systems are really now totally different than they were a year ago when we started this process, which obviously impacted the recommendation.
Can I clarify one thing in terms of that?
I'm gonna have to move toward action pretty soon here.
I just wanted to clarify, it's not that we were not interested in using Bridge Care. Bridge Care has an exclusive contract with ECCLC. So when we had our meeting with ECCLC and talk about how this program will look like, we provided our pros and concerns about the platform. And it was very clear, it was said to us very clearly that EVIX could not utilize Bridge Care because of the exclusivity contract with ECCLC. So that was our understanding, that there is, we could not utilize Bridge Care for EVIX
in the way that they want to administer their program.
I think both of you want absolutely the best for the kids in Estes of the different income levels. Ruth, you're stellar. What you have done in my short time in this tenure, what you've done is stellar. Carly, you every day, I know you work so hard to help our kids and to move to the future and expand and just create good stuff. Trustees, do you need any more information before we move to a motion and action? Trustee Igo?
I have a few comments to make. I've been holding my tongue here for a little bit. I'm trying to find a reason to go with the county program. And I am not finding one, but what I am finding is support from everyone that's involved in this conversation for EVIX. And I think I have to acknowledge the substantial community input on this. And I am here seated as a representative of the community, and I can't overlook some of the voices that I have heard from personally and in letters to us that are wiser than I am in this area, that are advocating for this with their experience. What I am hearing from you is that EVIX is night and day from a year or two ago, and that they have capabilities today that they didn't have before. The ECCL CEO Taylor sent a supportive letter that had raised no concerns about EVIX doing this. You know, you said they're doing well serving families. I want to enthusiastically get behind EVIX being considered for this in lieu of all of the support, all of the positive comments, even from our town staff and from everybody that's involved in researching this. As a business owner, this would be a very easy decision. So I'm trying to look at all sides for the community, and I'm not seeing a compelling reason to go with the county program. I wanted to make the statement because I'm solidly supporting EVIX in this. So I'm not sure what that motion would look like. We have a motion that's proposed. We have a specific issue here. Do we vote on it and vote yes or no? Do I provide a substitute motion? What would be appropriate?
We had an alternate motion proposed by
Yep, I read that, and I want to get the
Mayor
legal
and Trustee
angle.
Igo, there is not an alternate motion that can be made tonight. In my understanding, we would need to bring back, the motion that you would make tonight if you would like to go with EVIX is a denial of the resolution in front of you, which is the contract with ECCLC. Staff would take that combined with the conversation and bring back a second resolution and a second contract that does the same with EVIX.
There is not a way to make the language work to support EVIX in this?
No.
Trustee
Okay.
Igo, it's not
That's
about
fine.
the
That's fine
language
to say no.
itself. It's about needing a contract that we don't have tonight.
Gotcha, okay.
Trustee Mayor Pro Tem Sinek.
So I have a question. I agree that EVIX has come a mile, or 10 miles, 100 miles. I'm not 100% convinced you're there yet, but you've come a gazillion miles, and I congratulate you and your board and everything else. But if we decide tonight to go with the county, if we do, if by next year they've gone 1,000 more miles and have the confidence, and we have the confidence, if it doesn't pass tonight, I'm not saying will or not, is there a time where we can then go, by county, and we jump to EVIX? Is there any kind of time frame that we have to stay with the county, or any kind of commitment there?
This is something that would be presented to the town board on an annual basis. And I think regardless, as you saw in Christina Taylor's letter, United Way, I think all of us are on board to serve our families, ready to pivot, regardless of what you guys decide this evening. We've had a number of conversations over the last year about what this looks like and why the recommendation is the way it is. But that being said, I think we're eager to work collaboratively with our county partners and our local partners.
Before I turn it to Trustee Brown, we are approaching 11 o'clock. In order to complete this issue after 11 o'clock, and we won't be able to start other issues after 11 o'clock, if I understand the way the policies are written, we'll need a motion to extend past 11 if we have further conversation and questions.
And it would only be for this subject.
Topic. At this point, we cannot turn to the other topics by our own policy.
Okay,
as
I
I
won't
understand
say
it.
anything more then. I will move to deny the application.
Just to be clear, are you denying Resolution 6225?
I second the motion.
Other comments?
This is a really tough one because, first of all, I want to say from a policy standpoint, the program itself, I think everyone agrees this is great that we're doing this. And all the content, it's how it's provided that really is the controversy here. But I think we don't want to lose sight of the prize here is to start providing services for middle income people, and whoever does it, it's great. I'm so glad that we're going to be able to do that. So let's not lose that. Under normal policy governance, I hate second guessing staff that has worked on this for so long, and for us to come in and no matter how compelling a nice 1 hour presentation was, for us to override 6 months of work, I would need a really, really compelling reason to do that. But hindsight being 2020, the process seems kind of messy. And I asked about that. It seems like it would have been nice to have something that was really more a traditional request for proposal type thing. Be able to weigh the two against each other and see it. I mean, I like your presentation. It was great. You had little X's and stuff. You know, that might have been a little slanted toward your position on that. I would like to see something similar to that, comparing the two proposals and something, you know, what is it about the bridge care, what is it, bridge? Yeah, the bridge care program that's so much better than what they can do. Sounds like we don't really understand the capacity of what your new program can do. Maybe it can do everything. There's some very compelling things in there, like the non-eligible licensed facilities and those others, but you know, I'm comfortable going with overriding staff based on that kind of presentation. I would rather see, I hate to say this, I'd rather see it come back with this comparison and look at it like you normally would do with a bid or proposals and get a better feel, because I don't have a good feel for how the two compare right now from this. I'm just hearing different things from different sides. And I think staff has worked on it pretty well. If it came down to a choice, I would vote for approving this, because I just don't want to override staff. I don't think it's our role. Our role is to provide what needs to be done in the policy, and that's providing the child care assistance for middle-income families. But the how just seems like we're getting down into the weeds to say who's going to provide it and what contractor we're going to pick.
I
Doesn't seem
first
like our role.
need a motion to extend this discussion and vote past 11.
Also move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Let's vote on the 11 p.m. extension so we can finish this aspect of it. We'll continue. Trustee Lancaster, do you have an alternate motion? Or were those just comments?
I guess if I was going to make a motion, I would propose to table this until we come back with a comparison between the two and have a more systematic look between the two proposals and try to make this on a fly based on presentations in an hour.
Trustee Hazelton, you had your comments.
Mayor, Trustee Lancaster, I think at this juncture, if we were to do that, we would want to go through a more formal process and start from zero. Again, I want to emphasize that when we started working on this a year ago, these programs looked very different. We're seeing an evolving program, which is great and exciting from EVIX. A year ago, it didn't look like this. So if we really want to start from zero and open a comparative approach, I think we'd have to restart. And I have a question, and Manager Bangs or Deputy Town Administrator may be able to shed some light on this. I don't know if we would get another proposal from ECCLC. They may say at that point, well, you know, we see the writing on the wall, and and that may be fine. But I think in order to get what you're asking for, we would need a more formal response to a proposal that we put out there versus sort of iterating one proposal to another, which is sort of what we've been doing for the last at least 3 or 4 months.
Did you want to respond to that?
I was just going to
Trustee.
say, additionally, we have the Buell grant funds that expire
Trustee Hazel.
Yeah,
if we started from scratch.
I would not want to go back and start from scratch. That's, if we're talking about trying to serve families sooner rather than later, that's not going to accomplish that for us at all. I really respect the hustle and the advocacy from EVIX and their work in the community, certainly. And I think if the script was flipped, and let's say that ECCLC was providing low-income tuition assistance, and we were considering a proposal for middle-income tuition assistance from ECCLC and EVIX together, I'd probably have the perspective of wanting to diversify where these funds are going. I think it was Christy DeLorne who shared this in her letter, and it really spoke to me about how to make sure that we are appealing to the broadest scope of applicants in our community. And I really appreciate the input about, in terms of license or license exempt and the providers that can be accessed through EVIX versus ECCLC. But I also have to think about our applicant audience and where people want to apply or feel comfortable applying or might be exposed to applying for those funds. And so I think that, if this was swapped, I wouldn't go all ECCLC for low income and middle income. I'd be interested in seeing where we can, kind of make this work. And especially considering that this is an annual, kind of visit from the board. This could be something that a year from now, maybe we have learned that we might want to change our approach to it, or maybe we've learned that it works really well and connects us to the county. So I think, Carly, I think you did a good job, especially at the beginning, of really identifying that we are not looking to remove anything from any organization. I think there's some misunderstanding that I saw in some of the public comment that came to me that made me feel as though I'm not really sure some folks in our community who shared their input understand the full picture of here, that we're not creating a new department. We're not looking to remove anything. We are just pursuing an option, and have been, and for a number of months, and it's come before the board for a number of months, with the Buell grant and all, went back and read all my notes leading up to this. And I think that's, at this point, I really value the work that staff has done, and I'm supportive of their recommendation. I'm supportive of our connection with the county. I'm supportive of our ability to see what that can do in our capacity. And I'm also supportive of continuing to work with EVIX for low income and the great work that they're doing. I want to see both of those happen. So with the motion that's on the table, when we're ready to call it to question, I would vote against the denial. I'd want to see us move forward with ECCLC and get this program going.
Do you want to propose an alternate motion?
I think
Can you do it if the motion's been seconded? Oh, you can, okay.
Maybe we just vote on it and then see where it goes.
Sure.
I just wanted to comment because it sounded, I cut off my comments because of the 11 o'clock thing. Now that we're past 11, I'll make a few comments. I've got.
Oh, no.
No. I struggle with this one because I feel very much like Frank does about we need to give respect to our staff recommendations, but and I think that is important, and I do respect the staff. I just think that what we're seeing is circumstances changed, and we got down a road where it was too far along the road to change horses, it felt like. And now that the circumstances have changed, I think, yes, we shouldn't second guess staff, but I think it is a policy question because there's a differential in how much money goes to the actual tuition assistance, how much goes to overhead. So that is a policy question for us to decide. And I agree with Trustee Heigl that I just haven't seen enough. The mere fact that you can, the EVIX can give money to license exempt providers is a significant thing about getting it out there, because it's going to be easier as we develop this whole infrastructure to start up with license exempt providers and eventually get more licensed providers. But that happens a lot longer than it does to get a license exempt provider. So if we have an immediate need for childcare for middle income, I think we've got to go with EVIX.
Trustee Youngwood. I also, and I offer this statement without prejudice, feel that if we let this opportunity go by with ECCLC, it may not come around again. Now, I recognize the delta of cost. There are, as I hear it, advantages because they have the existing systems and they've been looking at it for a long, long time. I haven't been studying it. I've asked 1,000 questions and tried to get very educated on it. But I think at this point, and I see Trustee Eigel's light on, but I think it probably would be efficacious for us to go to a vote quite soon. And as I understand it, a yes vote would represent denying the resolution. A no vote would not deny it, but it would require a majority of the board to deny the resolution. It would require a 4-3 or greater vote to deny the resolution, and then that ship sails and we're not on it. So, no, that ship has sailed. Trustee Youngman.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment or two. You know, I agree. I think we haven't been working on this for the last year. We just heard tonight on both sides. I think EVIX has come a long way. I have said that many times. And I just think that my feeling is to go with the county on this. If in a year we can revisit it, we can see what EVIX, where hopefully they've continued to do great things and reporting as we want, and we would feel maybe like we may want to change, or maybe we like the relationship with the county. I think giving us a new program, I think Bridge Care could give us the quick information that we may need to make quick changes. Maybe we want to have that extra enrollment period go. Maybe it is working well. So I would be leaning to go with staff suggestion, or accommodation.
I think we should call the question and have a vote.
Yes, I think we need to go to a vote.
And-
Jackie to reread the motion now. What's that? Yeah.
The motion on the table is, it was moved and seconded to deny Resolution 6225.
Yes vote denies, a no vote.
Yeah, I got that. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear. Thank you.
And it's clear that
Yeah.
yes and what yes and no is,
Yes,
Mayor Pro
I think
Tem
so.
Senek?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion fails 5-2.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to now approve 6225.
Do I have a second?
Can we do that post? Okay. Second.
We can vote. And I know it's a difficult vote for folks because in some people's eyes, this casts us in an evil light, and it's not.
We're waiting for one.
Fully support, you're still waiting for me, yes, and maybe another.
Okay.
I wanted to make that comment before I vote. The motion passes 6-1. That's the last bit of business I think that we can take care of per the policy that Trustee Eigel brought forth.
Mayor,
Yes.
your policy does allow the board, it says the board reserves the right to continue the meeting past 11 upon a majority vote.
Even with new topics,
Yes.
oh, okay, we're not denied by that? Well,
Mayor,
folks?
as I interpreted, and this is really your interpretation that matters most, but as I interpreted the motion to move past 11, it was to move past 11 for that item.
Yes.
That is how I heard that.
Yeah.
There, as the town administrator has noted, however, it does say at the end of the policy, the town board reserves the right by majority vote to further extend the meeting to conclude any business the board deems necessary.
Do we need a motion to further extend?
I
Or-
believe at this point, yes, since the prior motion was only to conclude that item.
I would make a motion to further extend the meeting for other topics.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, let's vote on that. Sorry, Jackie, we're having reset and reset.
Can I have a clearer motion? Is this to finish the agenda or just the next topic?
I would like to finish the
I would
agenda.
like to finish the agenda, yes.
I'm up calling everybody at 5 a.m.
I'll be up.
Just letting you know.
I'll be up.
Two more votes.
Extend. We're on to item 4, the Performing Arts Center, Stanley Park. Is Director Hinkle here?
Mayor, I'm pinch hitting for Director Hinkle and for Management Analyst
All
Simpson
right,
today. We
can,
have a
yeah.
wave of
All
things
right.
running through Town Hall.
Go ahead and present the item then, the add-on, I think, to the strategic
Correct.
plan.
I will not belabor this item because this has been before you numerous times since December 2023. The Fine Arts Guild of the Rockies is requesting approximately 4 acres of land on Stanley Park for a 100-year lease to build an approximately $20 million performing arts and immersive arts experience. The Guild is projecting an annual attendance of 200 to 400,000 visitors and an annual payroll of operating expense of about $5.5 million. As you all know, the current Stanley Park Master Plan does not include this use. The board, through a series of meetings, determined that you would like to assess whether this was an appropriate use for Stanley Park. That assessment has occurred. The proposed plan for Encore would utilize approximately 4 acres, 10 to 12% of the property. The ask before you here tonight is whether or not the board would like to add the Encore project as an add alternate in the Stanley Park Master Plan, meaning it becomes a slide in the master plan contingent on a number of items. So specifically contingent on the execution of agreement between the town and the Fine Arts Guild of the Rockies by the end of this year with regards to fundraising targets, the fundraising amount, and various other agreements on how that project would come together. So primarily tonight, we want to know if the board is interested in adding this as an add alternate in the Stanley Park Master Plan, contingent on a future execution of that agreement, which would come to the board prior to the end of this year. Given the lateness of the hour, I think unless there's strong reactions to those elements that we put forward, some of the things that we'll need to hash out is the agreed upon full fundraising amount. Town staff would like to add tack on and $1 million reclamation fund under there. We've been watching some other instances across the Front Range where cities have incurred demolition costs later in life of some of these style of facilities, very different. First Bake Center in Broomfield is a good example. And then the fundraising timeline, how that proceeds forward, really front-loading those first 2 years where they're really trying to show the proof of concept, and then a little more grace as you get further and further down the road and it becomes more and more feasible that this is going to actually happen. So again, before you tonight, the question is whether or not to approve the addition of the Encore Performing Arts Center as an add alternate to the Stanley Park Master Plan, contingent on the execution of an agreement between the town and the Fine Arts Guild of the Rockies by the end of 2025. happy to answer any questions you might have.
And we would not need to hash out those details about the time and the amount that we would require.
Correct. That would come to a future study
Correct.
session and then to a future town board meeting.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I would also add that it probably doesn't make sense to try to hash out the exact mechanism by which we would allow them to use the land, whether it's
Yeah.
traditional lease or some other means.
Great. Based on that, is there any public comment on this topic? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the ad alternate?
I move to approve the addition of the Encore Performing Arts Center as an add alternate to Stanley Park Master Plan contingent on execution of an agreement between the town and the Fine Arts Guild of the Rockies by the end of 2025.
You memorized that?
That's just off the top of my head.
Do I
I'll
have-
second that.
All right, let's go to a vote. And it passes 6 in favor, 1 abstention. Item 5, revised policy 671, town funding of outside entities. And I think, Travis, you're sitting in for management analyst Simpson.
Yes, sir. So this policy update, which you've seen before and discussed in a study session, includes updating the list of entities eligible for base funding to reflect conversations that we've had. That's removing the Estes Park Housing Authority and adding the Senior Center, Inc. Clarifying the requirements for reporting for base funding entities to streamline that process, clarifying eligibility requirements for community initiative funding, making sure that we're not receiving applications from entities that support any taxing district, including the town of Estes Park, and making the process for event sponsorship funding more efficient by turning that over instead of to the executive leadership team to myself or my designee, which in this case would be management analyst Simpson. One thing I will note, it is not included in the proposal in front of you today for action, but the staff recommendation, I know we were missing a couple of board members, also included alternatives to handling the community initiative funding in terms of getting a recommendation to the town board. You all would still, in most of those, at least one of those options, you all would still make the final decision, but it would sort of short circuit the process we currently used. There was not a strong sense of alignment or agreement on that, so we did not add it into the proposed policy in front of you today. I did want to mention it since we did have 2 trustees missing at that meeting, and town staff does believe that that would represent a more effective use of the board's time if your concern is how to prioritize your limited budget study session discussions. That's all I have, Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Trustee Hazelton.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick since we're beyond time. I appreciate Town Administrator Mahalik bringing that up because I was personally really interested in that and still am, and appreciate the follow-up that we received on that. But I respect the direction, or the semblance of direction we may have given at the study session. But in light of the fact that we are a full board now, I wanted to see if there is any potential interest in revisiting that community initiative funding partnership with ENN, streamlining our efficiencies, still having an opportunity to actually be the ultimate decision maker on those processes, but working in that kind of public nonprofit partnership. I'm particularly interested in it. I'll respect if the rest of the board says no thanks, but wanted to open that conversation. So thank you, Travis, for doing that.
And I am interested in revisiting as I begin to learn more about the staff impact that we currently have with our current process. I begin to like the idea better. I know there were 2 different options, and I'd have to be reminded of that, but I would be interested in that.
I was not here, but I did listen to the meeting, the study session, sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah.
As we all are. And I agree with some, I can't remember who all brought it up. I think Trustee Eigel did. I feel that is part of our job is to listen and to have them, bring forward that information for us. So I would like to keep it as it is, even though it can get a little long.
And I actually, I I said that same thing the last time, and in the week or two since, I've had an opportunity for other input that's changed my thinking a little bit on that, because there'd still be two trustees would be part of that committee that would be doing it, and it still comes back to us for final approval if we end up having to bring in the other 5 trustees and their opinions. So it doesn't deny the trustee participation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I wasn't part of the discussion, but I did watch. I would also say the same thing that Trustee Youngland says. I'd rather have it like it is and have input of the entire board. I do find that sometimes when we say there's 2, and I get what you're saying, there's 2 trustees and it'll come back to the board, it still ends up being 2 trustees making the majority of the decision. Yeah. And, you know, I know it's a small amount when it comes to our budget, and it takes longer than like all the other departments probably put together. But if it's big amounts, the people that are getting it. And so I think it's important for the trustees to decide on that. So I'd be in favor of the policy as it is.
So what does an action result in on this?
Mayor, action to approve the policy presented before you would be the policy substantially as we discussed at the end of the last study session, not changing how the CIF process, community initiative funding process happens, but would incorporate the rest of those amendments that we've previously discussed.
Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
I would move for the approval of policy 671, the town funding of outside entities.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mayor, your mic's off.
Item 6, and I'll turn this over to Trustee Eigel. This involves the chair of the Transportation Advisory Board, and Trustee Eigel, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mayor. The item before you is a result of performance issues in regard to Bell Morris, serving as the chair on the Transportation Advisory Board, or TAB. I'm bringing this issue to you as the liaison to TAB. Town Board has the responsibility of ensuring that the environment at these meetings is healthy and welcoming to all voices and members who are willing to serve in this volunteer role. In my role as liaison, I attend meetings to serve as a communication link between the Town Board and Transportation Advisory Board. I do not participate in TAB member discussions or decisions. I do not vote. I'm an observer as a liaison. There's an agenda item during TAB meetings for liaison reports. I provide information from Town Board meetings and ask for TAB needs. Generally, these are brief updates. In all of these circumstances, I have listened to commentary without engaging, other than to answer direct questions. So this agenda item is an evolution of the original suggestion I made to discuss roles and responsibilities of TAB with the Town Board to bring some efficiency to TAB, as this board has evolved with the chair guiding agenda and direction, potentially adding more volunteer and staff time, but this was not at the direction of the Town Board. At the end of my service as a member of TAB, I was elected trustee, and so that ended. The conversation at the time and the recommendation of the prior trustee, Liaison Marchink, was to reduce the frequency of TAB meetings and involvement. That recommendation was not fully implemented by the chair. In addition to my own observations as the liaison, I have been the contact point for, maybe the magnet, for TAB members, other trustees, and members of the public who have concerns about the performance of TAB at this time. And so it's with that responsibility that I am presenting this issue to you tonight. Issues that have been occurring over the last several years with a dramatic change in the last several months. A couple of specifics that the chair has not met expectations for: maintaining decorum and efficiency. Specifically, at the last meeting, condemning the application and selection process of new members that had been performed by myself, Mayor Hall, and Trustee Hazelton. Second, communication failures. I have been excluded from a large number of internal TAB discussions, which is a violation of the TAB bylaws. Also, the chair starting and permitting internal email communication back and forth, which has been in violation of the Colorado Sunshine Law meeting guidelines. Those are just a couple of factual basis to make a decision upon. So in conclusion, I think it's important to recognize the considerable time and energy that our member Bell Morris has volunteered in service to the community over multiple terms as a member of TAB. Unfortunately, the current situation has developed under her guidance, and her responsibility as chair and as a member has not been fulfilled. The town board has the responsibility to provide a safe, healthy work environment to all of the members of TAB. And this is the difficult part of this job, to take action that may be portrayed as having a winner and a loser. But in this case, the path forward with the least amount of loss would be to remove the member, establish a new chair, and in the very near future, review what the expectations are of this town board of TAB. I will make a motion, but I want to open the floor for any discussion or questions that exist.
Questions for Trustee Eigel? Trustee Brown?
So you and I discussed about, and this has come up repeatedly, about the desirability perhaps of having term limits for some of these boards or some of the things to which we make appointments. And I very much support that idea, and I think we need to carry that forward regardless of what happens with this particular motion. It's, we've had other instances throughout the town where this has been an issue, where someone's been on there forever, and you know, we do need to renew these boards from time to time, even though the leadership was very important and significant in the earlier days. So I'd like to just raise that as a further discussion item for this board at some time.
Another thing that I wanted to discuss, I sat on the board with Martank, past liaison, and I know at the end of his probably the last 6 months or so, or 9 months, he did extensive visiting with the director, Greg Mahone, and speaking with the members of TAB and looking at possibly sunshining that and making it more of an ad hoc once these big projects got finished, the loop and whatnot. Since they are to take direction from the board to work on different projects, you know, I think that was one of his things, that the meetings sometimes weren't really necessary. It was a lot. It was more a waste of time at times for both staff and for the volunteers. And so I'm wondering if this isn't the time to appropriate time to maybe consider sunshining that the TAB and making it more of an ad hoc. When we have something we want them to work on, we can interview and bring on an ad hoc committee and have them work on a specific thing.
I think you mean
Or
sunset.
sunsets. What did I say?
Sunshine.
Oh, sunshine. Sunset, yes.
Yeah.
So I would like for the other trustees to maybe contemplate that and have that part of the discussion as well. It might be an appropriate time for that.
We wouldn't be able to consider action on that tonight, although if there were sufficient consensus among the board, that would be something to be proposed for action for a subsequent board meeting, if I understand procedure correct. Trustee Lane?
I was going to say the same thing. I think it's worth considering and looking at sunsetting the board in some way. Yeah, I watched the last Transportation Advisory Board. It was long. And frankly, after talking to Trustee Eigel and to Chair Morris, I expected it to be a lot worse than it was. I think condemning how things were, how the people were picked is a strong term. I think there were some concerns raised. I think it did raise some questions of how we pick people for board members. And we may want to reconsider that. I thought it was interesting when you made the comment about the funding. We said, well, we only have 2 people make this decision. Then when it comes back to us, well, that's exactly what we do when we pick board members. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Maybe we ought to relook at that. In fact, I've been doing some research on how other communities do that. That's another discussion as a whole. I think there may be, I will agree that I don't think the meeting went well. From a lot of the members there on that committee, one of the things I was concerned about, it was like a convention of carpenters, and they were arguing about whether they should use saws or hammers, and which actually makes no sense if you're a carpenter. You need both. This was like bicycles and cars, and even the people introduced themselves saying, well, I drive cars, I don't ride a bicycle. We're talking about modalities and how you get transportation, get people from one place to the other. Every one of those tools is necessary, and I didn't see that. It was just the one meeting, but it kind of came across as we got the bicycle crowd and we've got the non-bicycle crowd. But that said, I think this is kind of a nuclear option. I think there's somewhere in between. I think the board, if they're not comfortable with the leadership of Chair Morris, they can certainly ask her to step down and have someone else be a chair. I think she's open to when they give recommendations. There was a lot of concern the minority opinion wasn't mentioned. They talked about ways to do that. One of the things that wasn't brought up that I would like to consider is rotate who writes the opinion. Why does the chair have to write that letter every time? If there's something coming to us, they can rotate it among the members and have other people have to go through that. There are other ways to do this than the criticism of Chair Morris a lot was that she was biased when she writes the recommendations. I don't know, maybe, but it's a hard job to do that. And maybe if it was spread around, they could do that. But, if we're going to do anything, maybe Ms. Morris steps back to be a member of the board and someone else takes on the chair role. But I would not support. I think it's a dangerous precedence to start removing people from advisory boards. There is some tension there, become members. Some of the tension goes beyond the board. There's some history there. And I don't think that's the thing I think it's a dangerous precedence to start. I would not support removing her at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I went back and watched probably through March. Took a long time to watch those meetings. So just a few comments. I was going to second his motion, not because I necessarily want her removed, but more to have the conversation. Instead of having the conversation without doing that, I'm happy I don't have to second. But, the one concerning, not the one concerning, it's a bunch of concerning things on both sides of town and the tab. The one thing that concerned me, that stuck out, is when the letter was written, sorry, by you, Belle, that was signed chair. Now, I get it that they've actually, the discussion was that it shouldn't have been that, and you didn't argue it, and there's a learning pathway with that, for sure. Because a lot of times, like, our emails have trustee at the bottom, and we have to make sure that we say it's not coming from us as a trustee, it's coming from me personally, or whatever. So I think that was a learning thing for you, for sure. So I don't think that was a intentional, I don't want to say bias, but intentional, whatever it was. So, but I was concerned about that. I am concerned that there are some members who don't feel like their minority views are being placed. I really do. Is that your intention? I don't think so. I think that happens, and I had the exact same comment with board members on another board in town. It's not a advisory board, but another board in town, when somebody's been on the board for a long time, including town board. You know, I sometimes, when we ask the history, I'm always like, well, this is what the board felt like, but I don't want to be pushing that on this board because this is a different board than it was 6 years ago. So I do think sometimes when people are on the board for a long time, that without certain term limits, and I've said this about another board in town, so it's not like just this board, that there becomes a problem with that. So I think that addressing that is really important, like same thing that Bill said. I'm not necessarily for removing Val by any means. I'm very concerned that we should, and I hate to say this because the people that are on the board are very passionate. Every person that I saw on that board in those meetings was passionate, very passionate. And probably the number one passionate person is Belle. So don't ever take this in a different way I'm saying it. But, you know, Patrick at the end of his term talked about sunsetting this board because the major projects were done. Not that there's not projects all the time that need input. There are, 100%. We sunsetted the family advisory board. Are there problems with families all the time? Absolutely. Do we need input? Absolutely. I find it a little bit, when I was watching the meetings, concerning that public input is going towards tab that we don't get. All right, and then maybe if we all watch the meetings, we would get it. Great. I'm not going to watch your meetings all the time. It was enough for me to watch 6 of them or whatever. So that's not going to happen. Is it the minutes that are not in there? But you can't write everything in minutes. So it concerns me that public input is going to tab and not getting to the board. I don't know how to fix that. I would probably move more towards having an ad hoc committee that when we have projects, we go and say, this is our concern. We need your input. Can you meet and talk this input, and have the same people that are interested be a part of that? It concerned me a little bit. There was a discussion on, and y'all came with I think you came with the right conclusion, but there was a little concern when you're all talking about your input into development plans. And you came to the right conclusion as far as I was concerned, so that was good. But that's concerning to me that we have an advisory board that's even part of them really considering they should have input into development plans and whether they should be passed or not. So I think we've kind of got out of our realm of what an advisory board could be. And maybe we just need to revise that, or maybe we need to do it ad hoc. I'm not sure the solution. I'm really not. So I'm not saying I have the solution known to man. But I also looked at it as being a lot of staff time. It seemed like a lot of the meetings were talking about, and I'm not sure about the meeting that was talking about the bicycle tour, if that includes staff time. I'm not sure. But it seemed to be watching that it seemed like it was increasing staff time for this. And it really is supposed to be an advisory board for us when we ask for certain opinions on certain things. We get public opinion. We get it all the time from email. We get it all the time from meetings. We go to the Transportation Advisory Committee for certain things and going, hey, we really need your input on this. Can you do the research on it and get back to us? Not necessarily that you're all meeting all the time and then telling us your opinion on things that we're not necessarily asking for. So I guess that's my problem. It's not necessarily with the chair or anything else. My whole thing is really become more the makeup at this point. And so I think to look at the possibility of sunsetting, I think is a good idea to do. I do think there was a little bit disrespectful to Trustee Eigel when I heard him say something in the meeting and then it was said differently at the TAB meeting that I heard. And people get different interpretations. I get that. But it was just, it was almost like a gang up on Trustee Eigel. It was for things that I did not hear him say. And so that kind of gave me a bad taste. And then I was like, okay, well, people hear different things. I'm going to try not to make that my influence. But I do think to revising what their role is and maybe doing an ad hoc is what we should be looking at. I don't necessarily think tonight to remove the chair is the solution to the problem by any means. I think that some work has to be done to making sure that the minority voices get heard. And I was happy to hear some of the minority talk up and speak up. I like that, you know. A lot of times I'm the minority voice in this one. See the vote force 10, you know, I lose that all the time. But, you know, I think it's really important for the minority voices. And if the minority voices don't feel like they're getting heard, something has to change. Maybe the chair is the one to change that, you know, but in the way that's done, maybe that is getting the little synopsis, or maybe it is having different people write it. I think that's a great idea. But I think something's got to change, whether it's ad hoc or not. I do think that, again, just to kind of summarize my own thing, I do think that Trustee Igo was wrongly, I guess, treated in that sense. I understand passions, I understand defensiveness, because I'm a defensive person myself. I get all those, but I do think there should be, I'm not saying apologize, you're not like second graders, but I do think there should be some working out there. And I think that we really, really, really have to consider sunsetting and making it into an ad hoc committee.
Trustee Hazel.
Mayor, I will try to keep my comments fairly brief because I know we still probably want the opportunity for public comment on this action item tonight. And so just a couple of things. One is that, Mark, I appreciate your comments about kind of the definition of liaison, because when I went back to watch those meetings, I did have some concerns about if there's an understanding of the liaison role versus a member of the board's role. And so to hear you say that tonight is helpful. But I have to say, when I watched those meetings, I did question, is there a perception or a feeling that you are still an active member of TAB and contributing your opinion and looking to, you know, convince folks of your position or anything like that? And I think, you know, as someone who has a voting board member role with Visit Estes Park, for example, and then a purely liaison role for RJ, I understand how to define those differences. And I think Marie and I have joked before, it took me like 4 or 5 meetings to realize at RJ that I wasn't voting. They'd ask for a vote on their board meeting minutes and I would vote aye, and they would tell me, you don't get a vote. And so I'd have to remember that. So I appreciate you mentioning that, because I do think it's a challenging shift to go from being an active member of that board and having very strong opinions about some big ticket items in our community to having to be a pure liaison where you are communicating, you know, what you brought up, Marie, the public comment that comes to TAB, you know, that's part of why we have a liaison on that board, to bring some of that content back to us. And maybe it's not every single comment word for word, which is, you know, maybe what you might be seeking or referencing, but that's the role we look for in a liaison, is to be that line of communication. I think that I said I was going to keep this short. I already know it's not going to be short. TAB has been really high performing for years, in my opinion. They have, and I have not always agreed with their recommendations as a member of this board, you know, as an elected official or as a community member. We've had differences of opinion, but I've really respected the way that TAB has functioned. And when I tried to kind of identify what about it has shifted, certainly there's been some change in opinion maybe represented on the board. So you might attribute this change in perceived performance to addition of, you know, opinion. But there also are some other factors that have changed, where now we have a previous, you know, TAB member who's the liaison and an elected official. And you know, I'm not convinced that the shift in TAB performance is due to the chair's leadership by any means. I really respect the work that Belle has put in and every member of that board has put in, even when I've disagreed with it. And, you know, I've known several members of that board for a long time and disagreed with them passionately about many things, transportation related and otherwise. And I've always felt like it was a productive and, you know, beneficial conversation, again, in a voting role or not. I think I know of certain letters that we've received from TAB that have mentioned dissenting opinions. And the majority of the board felt this way about a project, but we did have a member that disagreed with us, and here are the concerns that that member had in particular. So I think that's been represented too. I feel like I've seen that. And so I am concerned. I think Frank's word of nuclear is pretty spot on, that I am concerned that this seems like a drastic measure. And, you know, as someone who's gone recently through a similar kind of process with a different board in town, I understand too, feeling the need to advocate for more productive discussion and performance. So all of that said, I would not be supportive of removing Chair Morris at this time. We did talk about restorative practices at the last meeting. I'm not sure if that's been pursued or if that was abandoned. The ad hoc conversation, I think, could be a study session item for us to consider for the future. That's how we've always considered sunsetting advisory boards, is through the study session discussion. So I think if the board wants to see that happen, I'm fine to have that conversation, but I know we still have the 2045 transportation plan, you know, out there, and we've got some things still on the list. But at this point, I just don't, I don't believe that the problem will be solved by removing Chair Morris from the board. And I would be unsupportive of that motion tonight.
Trustee Igle?
Yeah, I've got to respond to a couple of things here because I serve as your liaison to this board. I have attended every meeting for years. You have watched one meeting. You have watched a few meetings. Do you know why you can watch? And I'm going to defend myself here a little bit because what I am getting is a response from my fellow trustees that is a lack of trust in my judgment and my ability to bring back information to you. That's my perception and the feeling. I'm going to give you a few more facts to consider. Those recordings exist because I requested that they be recorded. Because it has been my experience that the meeting minutes have not accurately reflected the tone and the manner that conversations in TAB occur. And because that is such a dynamic, it's such a difficult thing to capture, and I think intentionally, meeting minutes don't say, well, somebody said something really loud and somebody laughed. But when you watch that, it's a different feeling. And I will say that since those meetings have been recorded, the organization has run a little bit better. But there have still been occasions that you would think, in the midst of understanding there were concerns, that they would have improved dramatically. The last meeting of TAB was a turning point for me to go from, I mentioned this was an evolution from a conversation about what does the town board want from TAB? That's where the conversation was going, a follow-up to March Inc.'s early recommendation that we didn't follow, to establish what the needs were. It's an advisory board. It's become an independent decision-making, letter-writing board. And maybe that's what we want, but we haven't talked about it and we haven't given that direction. So as I've participated in those meetings and looked at the minutes that reflect how the conversation went, it wasn't accurate. So now we record them, and you've had the opportunity to see the last 3 meetings if you watch them. But I'm really concerned that based on watching a meeting or watching a couple meetings, you would doubt the information that I'm bringing to you. I'm not going to make a motion. And I'm going to put this on the TAB membership to make a decision, since what I hear is this board of trustees not providing me the support in a liaison role based on a limited amount of information in the face of a full, folks, I could provide you with instances and references to performance issues that would be embarrassing to say, no, let's let things continue. But there are other communications, and I'm surprised that in this conversation to hear some of the comments in the midst of having heard different comments personally. So what we say personally and what we say publicly got to be the same. And I will stand behind anything that I say. If I say it in public, if I say it in private to you, I will say the same thing in this meeting. And I would demand that of anyone else that I work with. So I'm not going to make a motion. I'm going to allow TAB to manage this how they see fit. I have the ability as a professional to serve as the liaison and continue to serve in that role. Trustee Hazelton, I do act as a liaison. You have seen 3 meetings where I've given a trustee report, and the conversation has turned angry in a response. It was not on the agenda, but I sat and listened to it. So my normal role is to listen, to watch. I don't vote and I don't talk in the meeting. I think that concludes my comments. But I also believe that without a motion, I think we're done with this.
Not entirely. I've been withholding my comments because I've been more involved than anyone, but I see I still have 3 other trustees who want to speak. And I was going to wait until the trustees have made all their comments and make my comments. Trustee Youngland.
I just have one, because I wasn't here, so I was listening to the board meeting and such. And I thought it came out about a suggestion for restorative justice. And has that happened? Can anybody fill me in on that?
Both
Sorry.
parties need to agree to do that. That did not occur.
Okay.
Trustee Brown.
I just wanted to say that I feel like I need to support Trustee Heigl on this. He's been very supportive of my role as a liaison to the Housing Authority. I think you were somewhat skeptical about some things about the Housing Authority, and you've spent a lot of time with me supporting the conclusions that they've come up with and the approaches they've done, and my explanation to you of that. And I think the problem is, this is no more a nuclear option than what Trustee Hazelton, you raised with Visit Estes Park. But having said that, sometimes a nuclear option is needed here. It's not really nuclear. Let's not exaggerate what it really is. I think we do have some issues which we want to have in a study session about sunsetting, about changing the way we ought, if we appoint members to these commissions by a recommendation of 2 trustees, we should react the same way on the elimination of positions on these boards. There's no reason to do it differently that I can see. And instead, we come up with this very public presentation where everything has to be aired publicly in what really is a fairly non-productive process. And nobody wants to sit up here as a member of this community and criticize someone else in the community. But decisions still have to be made. And I'd like to see us go to a position where we do have 2 trustees that get together to deal with a recommendation to the board to remove somebody so that they can have these discussions themselves and make a recommendation. Ultimately, the board will still make that decision. But if you were to make a motion, I would join you with that motion if you want to change your mind on it. I don't know if you got the votes. You may well not have the votes, but I just wanted you to know that we do need to give trust to the liaisons and what they're doing and how they're evaluating the performance of the boards to which they are liaisons.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So my only thing is I don't disagree with you. And I am supportive of Trustee Eigel, just like I was supportive of Trustee Hazelton when it was her word against other people's word. There is a certain thing about being in this position that you do see things differently than other people, and I'm sorry, it just is. You do see things differently than, say, the board will. Now, my solution is different than yours. I sincerely think that we have to have a massive discussion on the makeup, not just TAB, any advisory board, and the possibility of sunsetting and going to an ad hoc. I really do. So, although I'm quite supportive, I think that from what I've seen on the videos, there were some issues, and those are just what we're seeing, because there are always different things when there's filmed. There's different things when we're filmed. But my point is that the solution may not be the exact same as yours. I do trust your opinion. I don't like the way the last few meetings have gone. I understand passions, and so I am attributing that to a passion on both sides. Well, I'd say on the chair's side. So I do think there's issues. I just don't know if removing somebody with that much passion is the solution. But do I trust what you're saying? 100%. You know, the same way I would trust Hazelton for the same reasons. We are in a position here, we go out as liaisons, our attitude is we look at things differently than the other people. And if we don't feel like the entire advisory board is being heard, that's my biggest thing that you brought up. And I think that's really important. And if those advisory boards change, they do. They change over time. And they waffle and whatever the other word is. And so, you know, I think that when somebody's in the same position for a long time, it's hard to waffle with it. It is. It's the same thing in this town board. You get a whole new trustees, and all of a sudden you're like, gosh, now we have to think about something totally different. You know, so it is difficult, and that's my point. But my solution is just different than yours. Do I support what you say? Yes. My solution is maybe different. That's all.
Trustee Hazelton.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Marie, that I think that, you know, I think Chair Morris would probably agree there are some issues with what's been happening lately at TAB, and her perspective might be different. So I don't think there's an argument that there's something that needs to be addressed, but I think the solution presented, I think there's some different ideas for perhaps how to approach that. And I think, you know, Bill, I got to call you out a little bit, because I think to say that, you know, that it's not a nuclear option necessarily to remove somebody, but then to not support it when we're talking about a district that is spending $5 million of taxpayer money. You know, there's got to be some sort of consistency here if we are talking about, you know, the board decided collectively to not support that item, and I think that's fair, because you have a different perspective than I do. I'm going to make my recommendation, and same way with Trustee Eigel. I'm going to listen to his recommendation. I was very thankful to have content to review as part of this discussion item, because that was something we had talked about at the last meeting that we didn't have. But to be holding against some different accountability here feels, you know, on your point, I think that's really problematic to say that you've got to support Trustee Eigel, especially because he supported you on some other things, but then we don't have that support in other roles is really concerning to me. So I don't think that's a good basis for our judgment here, and I just want to make that comment.
Trustee Lancaster.
Yeah, I just want to say, particularly Trustee Eigel, I respect your opinion on this, and you certainly know more about it. I feel a little insulted when you say I just watched one meeting and made a decision. I'm also going to say, just because somebody's a liaison, we're not going to rubber stamp any recommendation they have. I would not expect, as the liaison to the Planning Commission, if I came back with a recommendation, if you hadn't sat through every Planning Commission meeting, that you would that I would not respect your opinion, or that I would expect you to just rubber stamp whatever I came up with either. I think we are on equal footing on this, and the reason we have liaisons is so we don't have to sit and watch every one of these meetings. I mean, my gosh, talk about painful. If we all had to sit down and watch every meeting or go to every board meeting, that's the whole point of having liaisons. But liaisons are just a conduit of communication. They're not a super trustee who gets to make decisions about that board. And the rest of us still have our authority as elected officials to make that opinion. And I respect your opinion, and I can see from your perspective and your history there, there's frustration. And I respect that, but I think that's the whole point of having liaisons, is to bring it back, and then we can make those opinions and make it, and those comments should be respected just as much as any others.
Trustee Igo.
Couple quick comments. I rely on liaisons for much better information than I have, really what you said. And Trustee Hazelton, with Visit Estes Park, I had some really big concerns there that I handed to you. And I trusted you to take those and represent them well. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, but I appreciated that you stood up for what was right, in my opinion, and you would represent my needs there. I didn't contact Visit Estes Park. I didn't make a case there. I didn't make a speech there because I knew that you would take care of it. I also trusted the information that came from you. So like that with Trustee Brown, I ask him questions because he goes to everything. He suffers through all those long meetings. Well, I suffer through some meetings also. They're not suffering. It's an opportunity. People laugh at me about sitting through these meetings. How do you do it? Well, it's interesting. You know, I enjoy being part of the process. So I enjoy this. I enjoy being part of the process. My earlier statement about not making a motion, that's pretty short-sighted because I'm not here for me. I'm not here for my feelings about how I feel you all are being supportive of me. I came here tonight because I see a failure of leadership and performance in a role that is having a negative impact on other members. So I'm here as a representative of those members. There's a saying at the fire station, you promote what you permit. So I am going to make the motion, and there will be a record of how this board falls on this issue. It is hard because I want to be able to look people in the face when I leave here on this issue and the issues earlier tonight and issues next meeting. But I really believe in the things that I vote on and that I speak about. And I don't have to look the other way because I think this is the right decision for this board in order to efficiently move forward, because I am not promoting the environment that exists today that has been developing for months or years that are not completely visible to you all. So I'm going to vote to remove the chair. In fact, may I make a motion? Is it a reasonable time?
You can
I make a motion to remove Member Bell Morris from the Transportation Advisory Board.
Any lights on? Oh, are you seconding that?
I'll second I thought Marie was going to second.
I was thinking for discussion.
Yeah, I second.
Well, let me make a couple comments.
You haven't said a word.
No. You know, when we had even before we had the challenges with the paid parking exchange and public exchange and echoes of that in the next tab meetings, even before that, I was trying to attend with some frequency and listen in on those. After we had that challenge from a few months ago, I met with every member of the tab individually, confidentially, because I wanted to hear what their opinions were. I met with Trustee Igle, I met with Chair Morris, together, separate, a couple times each. We've received a lot of input. We've received letters. Some folks are keeping their comments confidential that they've written because they do have concern. And Trustee Igle and I have talked about this. Being a trustee is a powerful and potentially intimidating position with the power that brings. And also with Trustee Igle's, he has strong opinions and willful intentions and goals, as does Chair Morris. They're both strong people with strong opinions. You know, I didn't think much about the sunsetting idea until recently. It's almost like we need to wash this clean and start this afresh and build it according to what it should be. I think it has grown into something beyond what it's supposed to be. It does take an awful lot of staff time. My first couple times I went to it, I thought, oh my goodness. And in the short term, and I've had this discussion with Trustee Eigel, the thought that I brought forth was, let's change the chair, let's change the liaison. And I offered myself, and I offer it here too, for the balance of this cycle till the next election, to be the liaison on that board. And it's not a personality or person difference that we're talking about here, but I do think that the committee is dysfunctional. It's not going to get better just leaving it alone. I think it has the best chance of success moving forward if we make a couple changes. I think changing the chair and changing the liaison might give us the way to get to a path forward, and then let's get together and talk about, do we want to go ad hoc? Do we want to sunset it as a perpetual committee? It'd be nice if they could finish the pieces of business they were on now with a differently assigned chair, with a different liaison. It'd be nice to wrap up those pieces. I kind of like the idea of just resetting this thing entirely after that point. And so you've got the motion, you've got the second, let's take a vote. That's the only action we can take today. Yeah, we can have public comment. And I do have to keep it to 3 minutes. That's what I've given everybody tonight. So name, address, and 3 minutes.
Wally Wood, 1601 High Drive. I'm a former college professor, so 3 minutes will be difficult. I've been on the TAB committee for 1 year. I'll give you 1 minute on why it really needs to exist. Our public works staff think like traffic engineers. They think the purpose of transportation is what traffic engineers think. The TAB committee has a bicyclist, a walker, a driver, and a jogger. And we say to them, no, think about where there might be danger in the city. That's the purpose of our committee. Safety first, flow of vehicles, a lower priority. Now, the public works staff didn't complain about the committee chair. No member of the committee complained about the committee chair. The liaison said something at a trustee meeting that I feel misrepresented what had happened at the previous meeting. He said, since we had not written a letter to continue parking for the 4th or 5th year in a row, we must be in favor of canceling parking. And I think that he knows we heard that as members of the committee as being either intentionally disingenuous or maybe he was joking. But that set the trouble between the two of them. In your packet, you have letters from other members of the committee. They all have the same suggestion I have. Change the liaison. Keep the chair. Her term continues for another year, and none of us were voted chair this year. The election happened in the middle of this kind of feud between two people, partly because none of us were ready to take over as chair. So it's a pretty simple solution. You have other trustees that could be the liaison to the TAB committee. I think you need a TAB committee because traffic engineers think like traffic engineers, and you need someone who thinks like a driver a walker, a bicyclist, or even a jogger, so that when we put a crosswalk up, one of us who actually crosses streets can say to the traffic engineer, how about moving it over here where it's safer? Thank you.
Thanks. Before I bring up the next comment, I didn't complete my statement about my interviews with all of those different tab members. This was before the prior or the interviews. It was completely polarized, completely split. Without divulging any statements from individuals, it was completely polarized, completely split. Two very distinct camps. Very difficult to reconcile with the constellating influence of those key parties. I don't know how you will get there. Next comment.
Hello, I'm Belle Morris, 1431 South St. Vrain. I'm the one who keeps coming up on y'all's agenda, and I'm glad you finally, as a board, can actually have dialogue, because it's been pretty difficult being on your agenda for so long, and I felt pretty accused without not having a voice, being able to say much, and thought that was fairly inappropriate. And I'm not sure how. Like the fact the last meeting, the liaison shows up without any information. There's nothing in the packet. He just came up with an idea, get rid of her, you know, and he was having an issue with me. So I just, I think it's really important if you're going to be doing, you know, good governance, you need to have some facts in hand. You need to have a statement, or, you know, something tangible. So I've been coming for the past, I don't know, 4 meetings. I've been, you know, finally you're looking at this issue. So I feel like I've been pretty well mistreated. I just want you to know that. And I don't appreciate it because I'm a volunteer and I'm doing the best I can. So I wanted to point out that you know, being a member of the Transportation Advisory Board, just a reminder to everyone that transportation is very emotional. You'll find that in any community. And I know that other public works folks have presented on that, the fact that, you know, there has been difference of opinions, that people will hold their opinions and it can be pretty emotional because, you know, transportation, you know, involves going to the grocery store, going to your home, you know, so it's something that is very personal. So right now, we are working on the multimodal master plan. So we are talking about cyclists. We are talking about bikes, infrastructure. And by the way, the master plan also was directed, we were given direction by the comprehensive plan that was passed by the town board, right? And so in those directives, in that comprehensive plan, it was saying as a community, we don't have that multimodal composition in our community. We don't have safe bicycles, our sidewalks are disconnected. And so in this comprehensive plan, it was tasked, there's a goal to have a multimodal master plan. So that topic has come up. We're looking at it.
We're at 3 minutes, Belle, and I've been disciplined with that tonight.
Can I have 1 more minute? Okay. Anyhow, I feel like I'm getting blamed for having a different opinion about cycling. And I just, like in our meetings, we hear, just because we may not agree on a topic, it doesn't mean that people aren't listening. And I know for myself, I'm listening to everyone as a tab member. And what's difficult is having some personal attacks coming at me. And so, and that is really hard to facilitate with. And so, I don't know. Your adcot, or no, changing the tab, it might be a good solution. I don't know.
Hey, everybody. Melissa Wood, 1601 High Drive. What I would like to say is I'm looking at that thing and it says, sorry, I'm not good at speaking in public, but anyhow, removal of Bell Morris from the Transportation Advisory Board. And that's apparently, a lot of things have come up, questions about the Transportation Advisory Board and its role, and maybe it should change. And that's something for you to discuss another time, but we are here to discuss that. And my feeling about it is there's a group of people that sits in those meetings every month. And other than possibly the liaison, none of you are there. If you have concerns about Bell Morris, you need to ask her to take a no confidence vote. This should not really be, as far as I'm concerned, this should not be your decision. It should be the people who are on that board with her. And if they decide that she is not the person for the job, then let their voices be the ones that go. And I agree with Trustee Lancaster. Removing her because of a difference of opinion, possibly between those two, from the fact that, my husband has told me he feels that there has been some misrepresentation on the part of Trustee Eigel. I would say let the Transportation Board make that vote, make that decision. And if you want to make changes to the Transportation Board after that, go ahead and do that and get together and think and talk about it and make your best decision. But it would be, to me, entirely inappropriate for the liaison to say that you need to trust me. I say, let's trust the Transportation Advisory Board. Let them decide this. Thanks.
Other comments?
My name is Misty Marcantonio. I am on the tab board. My address is 618 Whispering Pines Drive. So I wrote this. I am a member of the Transportation Advisory Board, and I'm asking that this town board to help ensure that respectful dialogue is maintained at our tab meetings. Lately, that hasn't always been the case. It's been disheartening to participate, especially when I've expressed a dissenting viewpoint and have been met with dismissive reactions from the chair, such as eye rolling, head shaking, and audible expressions such as scoffing, which I can hear while I've been here tonight. I'm grateful that Mr. Muhonen has been present during those moments. His nods of encouragement to me have reassured me and helped me feel supported in continuing to keep speaking to contribute to that discussion. Two more points that I would like to make that I didn't expect were that I appreciated my meeting with Mayor Hall. And I know that he is saying that it was very polarizing with the different members that he met with. And I would like to highlight that that was before we got new members on the board. And so now we have 2 more new members. And I know that there are some opinions there. So even that was polarizing is probably more polarizing now, I would say. And then I don't know what it takes to recuse oneself from a vote, but I feel like if it is an action item to actually remove a person from a board with their name, I would hope that if somebody has been on vacation with them once, twice, 3 times, or maybe more, that maybe they would be in a position where they should take themselves out of it, out of this vote. So that is just my opinion. I don't know what the rules are on that, but that is how I feel about it. So that is all. Thank you.
Other comments?
A point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. You could have used my name. You really don't need to be so obtuse about that. I've been on 2 vacations with Belle and her husband, and in social situations. One was when we bought a trip to South Africa independently through the EPNRC. Actually, both trips we were bought through EPNRC, and they were fundraisers. There were other couples involved as well, so I will disclose that. If the board thinks that that's biased my opinion, I'll be happy to recuse myself. I don't think it does. But as a point of privilege, I wanted to make sure I clarified that, rather than just leave it hanging out there, kind of in the air. Thank you.
I actually think no one can recuse you but you. So I think that's even in our policies, that we cannot vote that you be recused. And we all have to vote on things that, we're all connected people in this community. I've known Belle for 20-something years. You know, we vote on development plans of people that we know for years and years and years. So unless you feel like you have to recuse yourself, which we used to say was just financial, but I guess that's not the case, that's up to you, as far as I'm concerned.
It's a small town.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Thomas, and I'm one of the 2 newest board members in the top. And I'm really grateful that I have the opportunity to serve for my community. I'm coming to you to talk about my experience on the first meeting, which was May 21st. And I will say that I was a little bit concerned with some of the remarks or some expressions that Chair Morris made during the whole meeting. And I know Trustee Lancaster said, like, he heard the meeting, but then maybe you guys didn't see what was happening around. I have served in different committees, and I was a board liaison for a few years. And I know there's always gonna be strong personalities, but then I feel like the job of a chair is to just keep the composure and just keep everything calm. And I don't think in that first meeting was the case. And I have to say that I went home and I told my husband, I don't know if I made the correct decision to join this committee, but one of the comments that she made, and it kind of took me aback, and I'm gonna quote her, is when she was talking with Trustee Eigel and said, our group has changed. And for the first time, a top member has not been renewed. And I'm not sure why. And I would like to know the process of those interviews. It made me feel a little bit thinking that maybe she was not trusting the legitimacy of the interviews, and that maybe she doesn't want to give opportunity to other community members. And for what I understood, this is a citizen group. This is a community group, right? So when she made that, I was thinking, I was trying to understand what she was trying to say with that. Why is she saying that our group has changed? And sometimes change is good, right? It's gonna be hard, but sometimes change is good. So I know this is a difficult decision for you. And like I say, I'm talking from experience for the first meeting that I attended. And if this issue has happening, most likely will continue. So I ask for your wisdom on what is gonna be the next step for Chair Morris on this matter. So, thank you.
Other comments? No other public comments. Is there additional board discussion? We have a motion and a second, I believe.
I just want to comment, I liked your idea of changing the chair, possibly changing the chair and changing the liaison. That may not be at this point, but certainly keeping Bell on the committee, but maybe not as chair is a step not as far as. But I really do think it should be the decision of the Transportation Advisory Board to pick their own chair. If they're that upset with who the chair is, then change it. I mean, they have that authority. But I just want to endorse what you had said earlier. I like that idea.
That would have to be an action that the whole board would take next time around.
Right.
So put it on an agenda. Other comments? We can vote on the motion. I believe it was Trustee Eigel made the motion. Trustee Brown seconded. We've got a vote of 5-2. The motion passes. I will ask for the next agenda to consider the discussion of the liaison change. I do think we need to discuss the processes, the bylaws, whatever, but that can be a study session item. Is that most appropriate, town attorney, for us to discuss a reformation of the how of the makeup, timing, ad hocness of TAB?
Yes, Mayor, that could happen as a study session item or as a report and discussion item, but
Yeah.
study session is certainly appropriate.
All right. I don't believe there's further business tonight. All right, this session is adjourned.